$1,000. In the event you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to go to those hearings on the 20th, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you are still in custody, you will be transported.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Have a good one.
All right. Missing something. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Thank you for my sticky note. Thank you for my sticky note. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Maria Perez Gutierrez, please. All right, now go ahead and state your name.
Mariah Perez Gutierrez.
And Ms. Perez Gutierrez, what is your date of birth?
3/21/94.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because all right. You are here because a bond surrender has been sought by your bail bond company. In your case, CM, you've got 4, so we're going to go case by case. In CM 2025-00574. In that case, the charge is shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In that matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue, only because I am affirming the, we're setting a $350 secured appearance bond. In this matter, I'm also setting a hearing on May 27th at 1:30 in the Surprise Municipal Court. Now, you are also here because a bond surrender was submitted for you in your case, CM 2025-00573. This one is also in the Surprise Municipal Court. This one also involves a shoplifting charge, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In this matter, I'm also indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue, only because in order to be released, you will need to repost a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. Now, you are also here because a bond surrender was submitted in your case, CM 2024-00723. This one's also in the Surprise Municipal Court. This one also involves charges of shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and shoplifting concealment, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Again, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue, only because, again, in order to be released, you will need to repost the secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, finally, you are here because a bond surrender was sought in your case, CM 2024-00 721. This one's also in the Surprise Municipal Court. This one also involves shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and shoplifting concealment, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Again, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue only, because in order to be released in this case, you would also need to repost the secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, I'm also indicating that all prior release conditions are affirmed. That information is all going to be in your paperwork, including all your court dates, which are May 27th at 1:30. Double checking that.
I thought this one was for the Gilbert one.
So all the ones I'm looking at are
Because the one I have been surprised that was actually on the 26th of May.
So, and I should say that as well. So hold on just a second. All right, all prior court dates are also affirmed, and I am updating, thank you for reminding me of that. I am updating my orders to reflect that. So give me just a second. So you may, in fact, have, I do not have access to the surprise court docket, so I don't know what your court dates, what court dates you have upcoming in those cases are. I will say that the court date I set on May 27th at 1:30 is in addition to whatever pending court dates you already have in surprise.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. And that's it right now?
I got 4. That's what I got. You might have some additional ones coming, but those are all the ones I have on my docket.
Okay.
Okay? All right, go ahead, have a seat. We'll get those brought out to you. All right, Xenia Holst, please. All right, Ms. Holst, go ahead, state your name.
Dina Elizabeth Holst.
And Ms. Holst, what is your date of birth?
November 19, 1984.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. You are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probations in your cases CR 2025-147084 and CR 2026-102047. In both of those matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and in both of those matters, I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your 25 probation case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In your 26 probation case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Now, you are also here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a couple warrants for your arrest, so we're going to talk about those next. So the Peoria Municipal Court issued a first warrant for your arrest in your case CM 2026-000353. This is a pre-adjudication warrant, and it is dated May 13th of 25. In this matter, I am indicating that an attorney, and the underlying charge here is possession of drug paraphernalia. In this matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue only because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in this matter. I'm also setting a hearing on May 19th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. Now, finally, you are here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a second warrant for your arrest. This one is a probation violation warrant, and it is dated May 13th of 26. In this matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue only because, again, I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in this matter. I'm also setting a hearing on May 19th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. Now, if you are still in custody on the dates of your Maricopa County Superior Court hearings, you will be transported for those hearings. If you are still in custody on the dates of your Peoria Municipal Court hearings, detention officers should be able to arrange for you to attend those remotely so you won't miss them. If you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. All right, Lexus Espinoza, please, and then Joseph Bailey. All right, Mr. Espinoza, go ahead, state your name.
Lexus Espinoza.
And Mr. Espinoza, what is your date of birth?
7902.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation, in your case, CR 2022-132520. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $150. In the event you are able to post this bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to those hearings on the 20th. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Joseph Bailey and then Jorge Garcia, please. All right, Mr. Bailey, go ahead, state your name.
Joseph Bailey.
And Mr. Bailey, what is your date of birth?
1874.
Can you go slower and talk a little louder?
1974.
Did you say August 18th of 74?
August 18th, 74.
All right, sir. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning. I am requiring that you register with pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. Do you need to go to your hearings? If you don't go to your hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. All right, sir, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. All right, Jorge Garcia, please, and then Danielle Smith. All right, Mr. Garcia, go ahead, state your name.
George Sandoval Garcia, February 3rd, 1999.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and failure to admit carrying a deadly weapon, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning. I am requiring that you register with pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. All right, you are subject to certain release conditions, and those are in your paperwork. I'm going to remind you, you are not to possess any weapons.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
I appreciate your time, ma'am. You have a lovely day.
Thank you. All right. Danielle Smith, please, and then Christian Montijo. All right, Ms. Smith, go ahead and state your name.
Danielle Chelsea Smith, 62293.
Thank you. All right. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning. I am requiring that you register with pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Christian Montijo, please, and then Haley Heritage. All right, Mr. Montijo, go ahead, state your name.
Ms. Christian Montijo,
And Mr. Montijo, what is your date of birth?
06/03/96.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about February 9th of 24, you committed the offenses of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Haley Heritage, please, and then Ruby Perez. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name.
Haley Heritage,
And Ms. Heritage, what is your date of birth?
4794.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and carrying a deadly weapon, failure to admit, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. I am reminding you that you may not possess any weapons. This is a co-defendant case, so you're also not to have any contact with your co-defendant, okay? All right, go ahead. Full release conditions are in your paperwork, which the officer will have there for you.
Thank you.
Ruby Perez, please, and then Desir Harris. All right, Ms. Perez, go ahead, state your name.
Ruby Perez,
And Ms. Perez, what's your date of birth?
10/21/83.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in your case CR 2025-114991. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
Now, the other thing is that you are on probation. So I am reminding you, because you are on probation, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to left. Desir Harris, please, and then Elizabeth Flores Cortez. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Dasir Harris,
And Mr. Harris, what is your date of birth?
1408.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of carrying a deadly weapon, failure to admit, a Class 1 misdemeanor, possession of an open container of liquor in your vehicle, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and carrying a deadly weapon, person under 21 years of age, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Based on the nature of those charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 2nd at 1:30 in the West McDowell Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. I am also going to remind you that you are too young to possess weapons. All right, you're also too young to possess alcohol. right? Don't do it, because then you get arrested and then you come here, and you don't like being here, do you? No, kind of sucks. Don't come back. All right, go to court, deal with it. Don't show back up here. All right, officer has your paperwork. Elizabeth Flores Cortez, please. All right, Ms. Flores Cortez, go ahead and state your name.
Elizabeth Flores Cortez,
And Ms. Flores Cortez, what is your date of birth?
02/14/2006.
All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of theft, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. Do you need to go to those hearings? If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay? All right, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any co-defendant, okay? All right, go ahead, step to left, officer has your paperwork. Andrina Ahumada, please, and then Brandy Martin. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name.
Andrina Almada,
And what is your date of birth?
November 4th, 2007.
Thank you. All right. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of interfering with a crime scene investigation, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. Based on the nature of that charge, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 2nd at 1:30 in the University Lakes Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say it out loud.
Yes.
All right, and based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance.
Okay.
You do need to go to that hearing. If you don't go to that hearing, sorry, a warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to left, officer has your paperwork. Brandy Martin, please, and then Zachary Alislow. All right, Ms. Martin, go ahead, state your name.
Brandy Martin, 10/16/91.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony. Based on the limited information that I have in front of me this morning, I'm not finding probable cause for that violation. However, that doesn't mean that the charge is dismissed, and you must still attend the scheduled court dates, which I will give you and which will be in your release order, because formal charges may nevertheless be filed. Failure to attend the scheduled court dates could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest, okay? All right, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork.
Yes.
I updated 25 too. We need to clear before 25. All right, we do have two house calls this morning. Our first house call is Angelica Boone. Ms. Boone's date of birth is October 20th of 1994. Ms. Boone is unable to be with us this morning because she is exhibiting bizarre behavior. Ms. Boone is here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for her arrest based on allegations that she violated her probation in her case CR 2025-128748. In that matter, I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. My intention at this point is to release Ms. Boone on her own recognizance. Our next house call is Heather Nice. Ms. Nice's date of birth is February 12th of 1981. Ms. Nice is unable to be with us in court this morning because she is exhibiting unpredictable behavior. Ms. Nice is here because she was arrested yesterday on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 1 misdemeanor and obstruction refusing to give true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing her an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th, or a hearing on May 28th at 9:30 in the El Centro Justice Court. My intention at this point is to release Ms. Nice on her own recognizance. All right, now Ms. Nice is also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for her arrest based upon allegations that she violated her probation in her case CR 2025-139642. In that matter, I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In this case, my intention is to release Ms. Nice on her own recognizance. If anything changes after I talk to either of the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. All right, and that does bring us to Zachary Alislow, please. All right, sir, go ahead and state your name.
Zachary Alaso,
And Mr. Alislow, what is your date of birth?
March 31st, 1994.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of sexual assault, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any co-defendant. All right, officer has your paperwork. So if you want to go ahead and step left, she'll have that for you, okay?
All right.
Thank you. All right, that does in fact bring us to the end of our 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are going to go ahead and stand adjourned until 5, and we are off the record.
No, I don't think so. Is that the judge? Nicholas? Is he staying or y'all taking him? You were saying? So he'll stay.
All right. All right. All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 14th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. It will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, we are going to go ahead and start this morning with Nicholas Ringeberg. And I understand Mr. Ringeberg is not feeling well. Could we get him a chair so he doesn't have to stand? And just right off there to the side. Right here's fine? Yeah. And all right, and has Mr. Ringeberg been medically They cleared him. Okay. All right, Mr. Ringeberg, we're going to move through this so we can get you on your way. Sir, can you please state your name?
Nicholas Kelly Ringberg.
And Mr. Ringberg, what is your date of birth?
5/31/1993.
Is it 5/31 or 5/13 of 93?
5/31.
31 of 93, okay. All right, and officers, have we fingerprinted him? Do we know that this is the person? Okay. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in your case CR 2023-006768. And in that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. If you're still in custody on the 20th, you will be transported. All right, thank you so much, officer. Really appreciate it. Perfect, thank you. Officer, do you want to move that chair so that I can call the next person? Thanks. All right, Nicholas Romero, please, and then Gabriel Lanieri. All right, Mr. Romero, go ahead, state your name.
Nicholas Andre Romero.
And Mr. Romero, what is your date of birth?
05/21/1982.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were, All right, you are here because you were arrested on charges of theft, a Class 6 felony, and theft, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30, May 21st at 1:30 p.m., and May 22nd at 8:30. All of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court because you were on release in your case CR 2025 125424 on the date of offense for your new felony charges. I am holding you non-bondable in your new matter.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that? The date?
Because you were on release in your case CR 2025 125424 on the date of offense for your new felony charges.
The date of offense, or the date that I was picked up?
On the date of offense.
Because they told me when they picked me up that this was like almost a month ago, and I just barely bonded out like a week ago.
So, but you're so in your 25 case, you have been on release. Hold on, I will triple check. Give me just a second.
Please, if you could please reconsider. It's my 21st birthday.
Okay. So I'm looking at your 25 case, and you were seen here in...
Because, Your Honor, I got bonded out like 2 weeks ago, and I already went to one of those court dates since I've been bonded out.
Well, okay, so...
I have every intention to comply with all this and get this taken care of.
And I understand that, sir. So in your 25 case, you were... your release order in that case is dated June 20th of 2025. The offense date for your newest felony charges is, hold on.
Your Honor, what I was
4/17 of 26.
4/17 of 26.
Mm-hmm.
So when I said this, I was thinking, because I just recently got bonded out in like 2 weeks ago, and since I've been going everything, and that's what I was thinking he was considering as far as my last release. So,
and I understand, I do hear what you're saying, but that's not the way this is determined. So your release date for purposes of your 25 case is the date that you were seen here in IA court and given a release order.
I understand.
And so that is June 20th of 2025. Since your offense date for your newest felony charge is in April of 26, that's after your release date, so you were on release. As a result, I'm obligated under Arizona law to hold you non-bondable. I don't have discretion.
You know other options?
No.
Okay. I understand.
All right. If you still think I got it wrong, I don't think I got it wrong.
I never thought you got it wrong.
Well, no. But that's why I appointed you an attorney. So you can talk to your attorney about that, and you're also going to see, you're going to also have hearings on this on May 21st at 1:30, okay? All right. Go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork.
Romero?
All right, Gabriel Luniere, I apologize for my mispronunciation of your last name. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Gabriel Lunier,
And Mr. Luniere, what is your date of birth?
May 23, 2004.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because you were arrested on charges of discharging a firearm at a residence, a Class 2 felony, conspiracy, a Class 2 felony, and discharging a firearm within city limits, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. If you go ahead, step to the left, officer will have your paperwork for you. All right, Samaj Scott, please, and then Faustino Gonzalez. That's perfect. Let's move him to the house call section. All right, Mr. Scott, go ahead, state your name.
Samaj Scott,
And Mr. Scott, what is your date of birth?
10-183.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because you were arrested on charges of armed robbery, a Class 2 felony, aggravated robbery, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, Class 3 felonies, and 1 count of kidnapping, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $250,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. All right, if you go ahead and step to the left, officer will have your paperwork for you. Faustino Gonzalez, please, and then Alexander Eggert. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead, state your name.
Faustino Gonzalez,
And Mr. Gonzalez, what is your date of birth?
12/26/1975.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, assault, a misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to have any contact with any alleged victim. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork. Alexander Eggert, please, and then Estrella Perez. All right, Mr. Eggert, go ahead, state your name.
Alexander Eggert,
And Mr. Eggert, what is your date of birth?
August 4th, 1991.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you are currently on probation in your case CR 2025-138102. In that matter, the information in the Form 4 alleges a violation of Term 14, Term 15, and Term 16 of your existing probation in that 25 case. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to those hearings on the 20th. If you are still in custody on the 20th, you will be transported for those hearings. All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork. Estrella Perez, please, and then Cynthia Ontiveros.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, state your name.
Estrella Maria Perez, 8593.
All right, ma'am. You are here because You were arrested yesterday on charges of taking contraband into a correctional facility, a Class 2 felony, and possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. Now, you are also here because you are currently on probation in your case, CR 2025-131363. In that matter, your new charges would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of your existing probation. In your probation case, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to your hearings. If you are still in custody on the dates of your hearings, you will be transported. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. All right, Cynthia Ontiveros, please, and then Larry Hannon. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name.
Cynthia Monique Ontiveros, 7890.
Can you say it one more time?
Cynthia Monique Ontiveros, 7890.
All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation, in your case, CR 2020-128-303. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in your probation case in the amount of $1,000. Now, in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, because you are on probation, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to those hearings on the 20th. If you are still in custody on the 20th, you will be transported for that. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Larry Hannon, please, and then Julie Portillos. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Larry Tron,
And Mr. Hannon, what is your date of birth?
8/28/78.
All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a child support matter. In that matter, because it is civil in nature, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 19th at 10 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that child support arrest warrant, I am setting a cash purge amount in this case in the amount of $500. All right? In the event you are able to pay that cash purge amount, you would be released, but you would still need to go to that hearing on May 19th at 10 a.m. Okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Julie Portillos, please, and then Stephen Manos. All right, Ms. Portillos, go ahead, state your name.
Julie Portillos.
And Ms. Portillos, what is your date of birth?
January 6, 1986.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated DUI while your license was suspended or revoked. That is a felony, extreme DUI, DUI with a BAC of 0.2 or more, Class 1 misdemeanor, DUI, liquor, drugs, vapors, combination thereof, Class 1 misdemeanor, DUI with a BAC of 0.08 or more, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and extreme DUI, BAC of 0.15 to 0.2, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your, will you go to those?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning. I am requiring that you register with pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. In your case, they're also going to do alcohol and drug testing.
Okay.
All right, you're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to possess or consume any alcohol. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Stephen Manos, please, and then Miguel Lozano Zepeda. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen John Manis,
And Mr. Manos, what is your date of birth?
7/19/61.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of burglary in the second degree, a Class 3 felony, and false reporting to law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a hearing on, I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Absolutely.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning. I am requiring that you register with pretrial services.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
You not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You are not to initiate any contact, you're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And I am also, Alex, could we reprint that one, please? Yes. Also, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay?
I'm the property manager there.
Yeah, but that was that lady's apartment.
Okay, can I say something?
Well, you do have the right to remain silent, and I
okay.
have appointed you an attorney.
I just want to tell you, okay, it was a boyfriend and girlfriend that lived in the apartment.
Okay.
The girlfriend was arrested for domestic violence and chasing the boyfriend down the street with a knife. The boyfriend, who is the main person on the lease and is the only person who is income qualified for the lease, said empty the apartment.
Okay, sir, this is about you. And my order is don't go back to that apartment, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, have a seat.
Okay.
We'll bring that out to you. Miguel Lozano Zepeda, please, and then Melissa Montoya. All right, Mr. Lozano Zepeda, go ahead, state your name. Can you state your name?
Inglés, español. What's your name?
Adelante.
Say your full name.
Miguel.
First and last.
No hablo inglés.
Okay. That's okay. So, obviously, it's okay. Go ahead, have a seat. We're going to have a Spanish interpreter in just a minute. And we'll call you back, okay? Sir, can you have a seat until we get the interpreter? Thanks. Melissa Montoya, please. And then Alicia Tapia. All right, Ms. Montoya, go ahead, state your name.
Melissa Montoya,
And Ms. Montoya, what is your date of birth?
08/02/2005.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of theft, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
And then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, a warrant may issue for your arrest. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any co-defendant, okay?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Alicia Tapia, please. All right, Ms. Tapia, go ahead, state your name.
Alicia Tapia,
And Ms. Tapia, what is your date of birth?
August 1998.
All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree, Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be at the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness. All right, ma'am, go ahead, step to the left. Officers have your paperwork. Thank you. Do we have the interpreter? All right, good morning, interpreter. This is Commissioner Campbell. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, perfect. Good morning. All right, we are going to go ahead. Could we have Miguel Lozano Zepeda back, please? All right, and interpreter, could you please introduce yourself to Mr. Lozano Zepeda and let him know that you will be helping us out this morning?
Hola, muy buen día, señor Lozano. Yo seré su intérprete para la mañana de hoy. Un placer.
All right, Mr. Lozano Zepeda, can you please state your name?
Señor Lozano, por favor, diga su nombre.
Miguel Ángel Lozano Cepeda.
Mr. Lozano Cepeda.
Sí.
All right, and Mr. Lozano Zepeda, what is your date of birth?
Señor Cepeda, ¿cuál es su fecha de nacimiento?
10 de noviembre de 1992.
11/10/92.
All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a class 3 misdemeanor.
Usted está aquí porque fue arrestado el día de ayer en trespaso criminal, un delito menor de 3er grado.
I did find probable cause for that.
Y sí encontré causa probable para eso.
Based upon the nature of that charge, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Basado en ese encuentro, en esa causa, no le ponemos un abogado, pero usted sí puede buscar un abogado a su propia expenditura.
I am setting a hearing on May 28th at 9:30 in the El Centro Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yo voy a poner una vista para mayo 28 a las 9:30 de la mañana. Judge, can you repeat the name of the court, please?
The El Centro Justice Court.
Thank you. La Corte de Justicia de El Centro. ¿Usted podrá ir?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance.
Basado en su promesa de asistir, yo lo voy a liberar el día de hoy en su propio juicio.
You do need to go to that hearing. If you don't go to that hearing, a warrant may issue for your arrest.
Usted tiene que ir a esa corte. Si no va a esa corte, se va a hacer una orden de arresto en contra de usted.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No está permitido que regrese a la escena de donde se alega se cometió el crimen.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork.
Puede irse y yo terminaré su documentación.
Okay.
All right, interpreter, we have one more Spanish language matter. Julio Avalos, please.
Okay.
All right, interpreter, will you introduce yourself to Mr. Avalos and let him know that you will be helping us out this morning?
Okay. Muy buenos días, señora Avalos. Yo seré su intérprete para la mañana del día de hoy. Un placer asistirle.
Muy bueno.
All right, Mr. Avalos, will you please state your name?
Señora Avalos, por favor, diga su nombre.
Julio Ábalos.
Julio Avalos.
And Mr. Avalos, what is your date of birth?
Señora Ábalos, ¿cuál es su fecha de nacimiento?
13 de abril de 1994.
4/13/94.
All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on 2 counts of fraudulent schemes and artifices, Class 2 felonies.
Usted está aquí por 2 cargos de cargos fraudulentos en el segundo grado.
2 counts of computer tampering, Class 3 felonies.
2 cargos de mal manejo de computadora, es una felonía de clase 3.
2 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felonies.
2 cargos de robo con factura, son felonías de clase 4.
And 2 counts of possession of burglary tools, Class 6 felonies.
Y 2 cargos de que tenían usted herramientas de robo, que es una clase 4 felonía.
I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney.
Yo sí encuentro causa probable para estos delitos y le estoy apuntando a un abogado.
I'm setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Yo sí estoy haciendo vista para un mayo 28 a las 8:30 de la mañana en la Corte Superior de Maricopa, el condado de Maricopa.
So, interpreter, I'm setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Thank you. Apologize. I missed the second day. La segunda corte también va a ser en junio 2, también a las 8:30 y también en la Corte Superior de Maricopa.
Mr. Avalos, will you go to those?
Señor Ábalos, ¿usted irá a esa?
Sí.
Yes.
And based upon your promise to appear, I am releasing you this morning on your own recognizance.
Basado en su promesa de ir, yo lo voy a liberar bajo su propio juicio.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness.
Usted no debe regresar a la escena donde se cometió el crimen, no debe contactar ningún testigo ni ningún afectado.
All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork.
Gracias.
Puede retirarse, voy a terminar su documentación penal.
All right, interpreter, those were our Spanish language matters. I really appreciate your assistance and expertise this morning.
You are most welcome. Have a great day, Judge.
Thank you. Are we clear? All right. Oh, thank you. All right, Eduardo Lujano Lopez, please. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Eduardo Lujano Lopez.
And Mr. Lujano Lopez, what is your date of birth?
My date of birth is October 14, 1992.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on 1 count of sexual abuse, a Class 3 felony, and 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 6 felonies. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including, in your case, electronic monitoring. You're not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to have any contact with any minors. Right now, there are no exceptions to that. You are prohibited from accessing the internet except for school, work, and court purposes. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol or THC products. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork. All right, that does bring us to our house calls. We have a number of house calls this evening, or this morning. All right, our first house call is Christian Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez's date of birth is May 1st of 1994. Mr. Jimenez is unable to be with us in court this morning because he is reported to have been fighting. Mr. Jimenez is here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for his arrest based upon allegations that he violated his probations in his cases CR 2022-149804 and CR 2024-141330. In both of those cases, I am appointing him an attorney, and in both of those cases, I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In Mr. Jimenez's 22 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. In Mr. Jimenez's 24 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. Our next house call is Melissa Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds' date of birth is February 4th of 1981. Ms. Reynolds is unable to be with us in court this morning because she is exhibiting unpredictable behavior. Ms. Reynolds is here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for her arrest based upon allegations that she violated her probation in her case CR 2025-106585. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in her matter in the amount of $250. Our next house call is Kenyon Wade. Mr. Wade's date of birth is December 26th of 1986. Mr. Wade is unable to be with us because he is in close custody. Mr. Wade is before this court because the Santan Justice Court issued a warrant for his arrest based upon his failure to appear in his matter involving a July 2025 charge of theft. In that matter, I am appointing him an attorney for limited representation regarding the bond issue only because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in that matter. I'm also setting a hearing on May 19th at 8:30 in the Santan Justice Court. All right, our next house call is Denari Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull's date of birth is April 28th of 2001. Mr. Turnbull is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and June 1st at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. All right, my intention at this point is to release Mr. Turnbull on his own recognizance. All right, our last house call is Joseph Martinez. Mr. Martinez's date of birth is September 2000. Mr. Martinez is unable to be with us because he was not following directions. All right, Mr. Martinez was arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In his matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. All right, if anything changes after I talked to the House calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. That does bring us to the end of our 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are going to go ahead and stand adjourned until 8 a.m., and we are off the record.
Maybe I want to try to date.
Yeah. No, okay. Awesome.
Porque yo vi los TH and the T, no, the shit. Yes, the better you can take it. You got the mini detector.
What happened? It's just one of the guys who was annoying. Was the other in the system? Yeah. Oh, and I don't know.
So what does that mean?
Really? All right.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar on May 14th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I will call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. We will also go over the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. If we could have Nikos Olivas to the podium and Anthony Holler to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Nico Gabriel Olivas, 12/19 and 93.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 3 cases. You're here on a new case. You're here on a failure to appear bench warrant from the Superior Court and a warrant from the Goodyear Municipal Court.
Right.
Your new charges are for 1 count of intent to facilitate shoplifting, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in this case. The failure to appear warrant that was issued out of the Superior Court, that relates to pending charges for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, and 1 count of obstruction or refusal to provide a true name. In that case, I'll affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you.
Okay.
In the Superior Court, you have 3 hearings. You're going to have a status conference, May 20th at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing, May 21st at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 22nd at 8:30. You have a 3rd case on the calendar, and that's a warrant from the Goodyear Municipal Court. It's a pre-adjudication warrant. It does have an offense date of January 16th of 2026 for 1 count of shoplifting. I'm going to appoint an attorney, and you'll have an arraignment hearing, but this one will be in the Goodyear Municipal Court, May 20th at 8:30. In the Goodyear case, you have a secured appearance bond of $800. In the case where you failed to appear in the Superior Court, you have a secured appearance bond of $1,000. On your new charges, because you were out on felony release at the time of this alleged offense, you're not eligible for bond on your new charges. The time set to determine if bond will be set on these new charges is the evidentiary hearing, May 21st at 1:30. So what that means for you is posting those other bonds will not get you released until you find out if bond is going to be set on your new charges, which is May 21st at 1:30. So you'll remain in custody until at least that time.
All right.
That will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get that for you. Anthony Holler to the podium. Joshua to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Anthony Holler, 11/11/1970.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case as well as your probation case. Your new charges are for 1 count of attempt to sell dangerous drugs, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of attempted conspiracy, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of attempted dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of attempted dangerous drugs for transportation and or sale, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of attempted use of electronic communications during a drug transaction, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of attempted drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. And then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, actually, no, you're actually here because a probation violation a warrant had issued with allegations that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. So you're here on a warrant for probation and new charges. I'm finding probable cause on the new charges. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in both cases. You're going to have a status conference on May 20th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing May 21st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. So 3 hearings, 3 days in a row next week, all at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Courthouse. On your new charges, you have a cash bond of $50,000. However, on your probation case, you're being held non-bondable. So posting the bond on your new charges would not get you released until you at least go to that probation hearing on May 21st at 8:30. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Joshua to the podium. Youssef to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Joshua was like 11/08/2000.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case as well as a failure to appear warrant that was issued out of the Superior Court. Your new charges are for 1 count of criminal trespass of a residential structure, Class 6 felony. The case you failed to appear on has a pending charge for 1 count of attempted burglary. I am finding probable cause on your new charges. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you, and I'll affirm the attorney previously appointed on your other case. You're going to have 3 hearings coming up. You're going to have a status conference, May 20th at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing, May 21st at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. On the case you failed to appear, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. However, because you were out on felony release at the time of this alleged offense on your new charges, you're not eligible for bond today on that case. The time set to determine if bond will be set is your evidentiary hearing on May 21st at 1:30. So posting the bond on your failure to appear case at this time would not get you released from custody. You need to find out what's going to happen at the hearing on May 21st. That will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Yusuf to the podium, Jason to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Yusuf Turay, 05/30/99.
Thank you. It does look like you are here today on 5 cases. It does look like you're here on a new case, and then you're here on 4 probation violation warrants that were issued. Your new charges are for 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 4 felony. The probation violation warrants allege that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation. I am finding probable cause on your new charges. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in all 5 cases. You're going to have 3 hearings next week, 3 days in a row. Status conference, May 20th at 8:30. Probation revocation hearing, May 21st at 8:30. And a preliminary hearing, May 22nd at 8:30. On your new charges, you have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In 1 probation case, you have a secured appearance bond of $750. You have a secured appearance bond of $500 in the 2nd probation case and $100 in the 3rd and 4th case. That is a total bond of $3,950. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. That will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Jason to the podium and Douglas to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Jason Holzhausen, March 15th, 1972.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It's for 1 count of attempted possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 2 felony. 1 count of attempted dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 3 felony. 1 count of attempted conspiracy, a Class 3 felony. 1 count of attempted dangerous drug possession for use, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of attempted transportation and or selling dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. And 1 count of attempted drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, May 20th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 22nd at 8:30. In this case, you have a cash bond of $50,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to contact any witnesses. You're not to have any contact with any co-defendants. You're not to possess weapons. And you're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. That will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get that for you. Douglas to the podium and Adam to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Douglas Blevins, 2/18/64.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of attempted dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 3 felony. 1 count of attempted dangerous drug possession for use, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of attempted transportation or selling of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of attempted conspiracy, Class 4 felony. 1 count of attempted electronic use during the commission of a drug transaction, Class 6 felony. And 1 count of attempted drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. In this case, you have a cash bond of $25,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any witnesses, no contact with any co-defendants. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you. Adam to the podium, and Eric to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Adam Yohe, 2583.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of shoplifting removal of goods, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
So is this a OR bond?
So you have to post a bond of $2,500 in order to be released. If you do not post that bond, then you would remain in custody and they'll transport you to your hearing.
Okay.
Just step to your left, the officer will get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Eric Luke to the podium and Martin Land to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Eric Luke, January 24th, 1988.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on two cases. They are both for failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you. One relates to your probation case. The other one relates to pending charges related to narcotic drug possession, dangerous drug possession, and drug paraphernalia possession. I am affirming the attorneys previously appointed to represent you and giving you some new hearing dates. You have 3 hearings, 3 days in a row. They're all next week. You're going to have a status conference May 20th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing May 21st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. On your failure to appear warrant for your probation case, you have a secured appearance bond of $750. On the case pending for new charges, you have a bond of $500. That is a total bond of $1,250. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be included in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you. Martin to the podium, Leslie to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Martin Land, 2/27/2000.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 probation violation warrants that were issued with allegations that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing May 21st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $500 in one case, $100 in the second case, for a total bond of $600. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you. Leslie to the podium, Xavier to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Leslie Payton, 02/25/97.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 2 probation violation warrants that were issued with allegations that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing May 21st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $350 in one case, $250 in the second, for a total bond of $600. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess any weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you. Xavier Robles to the podium, and Jonathan Ross to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Xavier Robles, 11/16/1994.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case, as well as a failure to appear bench warrant issued on your probation case. On your new charges, you are here for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you on your new case. I'll affirm the attorney that was previously appointed on your probation case. You have 3 hearings coming up. It will be 3 days in a row next week. You have a status conference, May 20th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing, May 21st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, May 22nd at 8:30. On your probation case, you have a secured appearance bond of $250. On your new charges, I'm putting what's called a placeholder bond. It's a $50 bond. If you post bond, you'll be released from custody, and then it would be your responsibility to get yourself to these hearings. However, if you're unable to post the bond, then it would ensure that you are given credit for any time served and transported for all your hearings. So your total bond would be $300. In the event you do post it, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. That will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, no, I tried to contact him. I just I didn't. I'm homeless. You know what I mean? So I tried to make my way down. You know what I mean? And by the time I got to Avondale, it was just everything's just getting a little bit hard for me, you know?
Right,
So,
I understand. If you're unable to get yourself transported, you don't have to post the bond, and then they would transport you. But if you do post the bond, make sure that you do find a way to get there timely, because it would result in another warrant being issued, and then you'd also lose any bond that you posted.
Okay.
Okay? If you'll step to your left, the officer will get that for you. Jonathan Ross to the podium, Eduardo Luna to the chair.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, or good morning.
Good morning. May I get your name and date of birth?
Jonathan Ray Mesa Ross, April 15, 1989.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of theft of a credit card, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of fraudulent use of a credit card, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of fraudulent use of a credit card, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, May 28th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, June 1st at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but you do have written conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. With your paperwork, you'll get an envelope. You need to read the instructions, and you have 72 hours from the time of your release to contact pretrial services. If you fail to appear at any of these hearings, a warrant will issue for your arrest, and then you will be held on a bond at your next hearing. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you. Eduardo Luna to the podium, Deontay Brown to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Eduardo Luna,
And your date of birth?
11/16/91.
Thank you, sir. You are here today because a direct complaint was filed. It has an offense date of August 4th of 2025 for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 1st at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. You do have written conditions. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. With your paperwork, you will get an envelope. You need to read the instructions, contact pretrial services within 72 hours of release. You need to ensure you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at your next hearing. Did you have any questions?
Am I being released?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Unless you have something else, which it does look like you may have a warrant from the City of Mesa. If that's the case, the officers may let the City of Mesa know that they can come pick you up, but the officers will have more information on that. You are being released as it relates to your direct complaint in the Superior.
Oh.
Okay?
All
If it's
right.
up to your left, the officer will get that for you. Deontay Brown to the podium, Christopher Parra to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Deontay Brown, 2297.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 3 cases. It looks like it is for a new case as well as 2 probation cases. Your new charges are for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 2 misdemeanor. As for your probation cases, because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on Term 1 probation violations in each case. For purposes of today only, I am not finding probable cause for the narcotic drug possession. I just simply don't have enough information today. It doesn't mean that charge is dismissed. They may test the substance that was located and move forward. I am finding probable cause on the other charges as well as the probation cases and appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a probation revocation hearing May 21st at 8:30, a status conference May 28th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing June 1st at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of the Adult Probation Department, but you do have written conditions. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be included in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get that for you. Christopher Parra to the podium. Joseph Presnell to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Christopher Parra, 08/21/1989.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case. You're also here because a direct complaint was filed. Your new charges are for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found. The direct complaint that was filed has an offense date of September 9th of 2025 for 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in both cases and set a status conference May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 1st at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear for these hearings. You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be included in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, on the reckless driving one, I'm able to challenge that, right?
Correct. So a direct complaint has been filed, but you have not been found guilty. I have appointed an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, just up to your left, the officer will get that for you. Joseph Presnell to the podium. May I get your name and date of birth?
Joseph Presnell, March 2nd, 1982.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 4 cases. It looks like you have 1 case from Maricopa County, and that is a child support arrest warrant that was issued. You have 3 cases from the state of Texas, 1 from Collin County and 2 from Denton County. First, we will go over your Maricopa case, and then we will discuss the warrant from Texas. A child support arrest warrant was issued for your arrest previously in 2024. A cash purge in the amount of $1,400 was issued at the time of that. That is different than what you've been hearing me tell other parties because this is a family child support case. The $1,400 is not a bond, it is a purge. And so if you post that $1,400, you do not get that $1,400 back. Rather, it'll post to your child support arrears or any current child support obligation you may owe. You're going to have a hearing. One moment. Okay. You're going to have a hearing on May 19th at 10 a.m. in the downtown Superior Courthouse on 201 West Jefferson. Because the hearing is civil in nature, I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. However, although you have this case and posting that bond would get you released on this case, we need to talk about your other 3 cases. As I mentioned, you have 3 warrants from the state of Texas. They all allege that you violated probation in each of these cases. And they have indicated that they want to extradite you back to Texas as it relates to these cases. Did you get an opportunity to review the laminated card that was given to you?
Yes, I did, and this is the 3rd time I've been in this situation, being torn between state and family. I refuse to sign a waiver.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a hearing June 1st at 1:30 p.m. This will also take place in the downtown Superior Courthouse on 201 West Jefferson. That date and time will apply to all 3 cases for Texas. This is also a hearing that is civil in nature, so I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you, but you may hire an attorney at your own
Yeah, I was
expense.
supposed to be on probation, already, and everything was supposed to be concurrent, and transferred to this state. So, but it didn't go through, and here I am.
Okay, so you'll have to make sure you get that handled with the state of Texas, but because you are here on probation violations, you're not eligible for bond today.
Yeah, it was two times now I've been in these shoes, so this has happened to me twice already over the last 4 or 5 years. And it's just never concurrently came together.
Have they ever picked you up?
Yeah,
Okay.
twice.
All right, because it looks like your warrants are from different years. But make sure that you contact, Texas, because that's going to be the only people that can resolve this underlying issue for you.
Okay.
Posting or paying the cash purge of the child support obligation is not going to get you.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm homeless. I've lost everything I've owned 3 times now because of this. So I have no funds, no family to help me. So here I am.
Okay. So that hearing's June 1st at 1:30 p.m.
All
if
right.
you take a seat in the gallery, we'll get that printed and bring that out to you.
Okay. So the court will be taking me there?
Yeah, so you'll
Okay,
stay
good.
in custody, and
Yeah.
then they will transport you to your
Great.
hearing.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, sir. And then for our last case, we'll have to clear the courtroom.
Tell him. You have to clear.
Mr. Fields, to the podium. May I get your name and date of birth?
Adrian Fields, 12/19/07.
Can you repeat your date of birth?
12/19/07.
Thank you, sir. And can I get the state's appearance for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. Sir, you're here today on a new case. You were here for 1 count of sexual assault, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. Next, we're going to discuss any bond and release conditions you may have. But before I make my decision, I do want to hear from the state. Ms. Gaunt?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $350,000 cash-only bond, along with electronic monitoring and no contact with any minors. Quite frankly, Your Honor, I'm not sure why law enforcement chose to charge this just as a regular sexual assault and not as sexual conduct with a minor. However, the alleged victim is 13 years old. Obviously, these are very serious charges, and the state is very concerned for the safety of this victim, as well as other children in the community. There's also a concern for witness intimidation, given the relationship status between the victim and Mr. Fields. And additionally, what gives the state more concern in this particular case is the allegation that Mr. Fields choked the victim on one occasion, and then as well as pinned down her arms In another incident, he placed his hand over her mouth to prevent her from calling for help from her mother. So that gives the court, or excuse me, that gives the state additional concern for the safety of this victim and other possible victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. And Mr. Fields, I have reviewed the allegations in this case. I've also reviewed your criminal history, or in this case, it does appear it seems to be limited. Let me go back. It doesn't look like I have any records, actually, for any felonies or anything of that nature. It does look like, however, you recently did turn 18 years old. With that being said, I do believe you are a danger to the community and specifically minors, and so with that, I am setting a cash bond in the amount of $350,000. In the event you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. You have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any victims, complainant, or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, and no contact with any minors. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
This is all for certain. Like, I can't challenge this at all.
So you're not being found guilty today. What is happening today is that probable cause has been found based on the information that has been presented. I have appointed an attorney to represent you, and you can work with that attorney to defend your case. You'll meet with that attorney on May 20th at 8:30. In the event you post your bond, you would be released from custody, but you would have to follow all the written conditions of release. If you're unable to post your bond, that means you'll remain in custody and they'll transport you to these hearings. Did you have any further questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'd like a seat in the gallery, we are reprinting your paperwork and they'll bring that out to you. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Gaunt.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our two remaining cases will proceed as house calls due to being a danger to self. Number 13 and 36 belong to David Weinberg, date of birth October 27th, 1980. He is here today on a new case as well as a probation case. His new charges are for one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 4 felony, one count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of obstructing a public highway or thoroughfare, a Class 2 misdemeanor. He is also here on his probation case because he was on probation at the time of this alleged offense, so he's here on a Term 1 probation violation. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent him. He is going to have a status conference May 20th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing May 21st at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. In his new case, he has a secured appearance bond of $25,000. On his probation case, it is $1,000 for a total bond of $26,000. In the event he posts bond and is released from custody, he has written conditions. He may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. He may not possess weapons, and he must contact his probation officer within 72 hours. Case number 19 belongs to Michael Hatling, date of birth March 18th, 1960. He is here today on a new case for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. He has a status conference May 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event he posts that bond and is released from custody, he has written conditions. He may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If he resides at the same location as any alleged victim, he may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect his belongings. All of this will be in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with either of these parties, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar. We now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
presumed innocent of those courts, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about him could be used against you. Looks like you have an adult probation hold relating to one or perhaps two adult felony cases. So in light of that, I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you. If you do get out of custody, you're going to be ordered to possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be on May 22nd, which is next Friday at 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Mayhew. One last thing is that if you do get out of custody, you must come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. And also, trial could go forward in your absence if you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you did not show up for it. Then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand?
Yes,
All right, thank you. You're excused.
thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please come here.
Mark Anthony Astorga.
I've seen you on review hearing just on a out-of-county matter, so looks like you're being held. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, I would imagine, but you're being held here on a local charge. So we set these review hearings just to track the resolution of your local charges. Assuming that those wrap up between now and the next court date that I set, you'll probably be taken back down to Santa Cruz County to deal with the charge you have down there. For now, we're going to set a review hearing. It's going to be on June 15th. That's Monday, June 15th. And like I said, that's just to keep tabs on what's happening here with the local stuff. And if it wraps up by then, you'll probably be back down in Santa Cruz. If not, then we'll talk about what happens next and set another court date for you, okay?
All right.
All right, thanks, sir. You're excused. All right. Good. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Sorry, what?
Can you please tell me your name?
Jacob Settle.
Settle, this is your initial appearance. You've been charged with, looks like 5 charges, all of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence, 1 count of assault, 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, 1 count of disorderly conduct fighting, 1 count of preventing or interfering, and 1 count of criminal damage. They're all alleged to have happened on May 2nd, so a little less than 2 weeks ago. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about these cases or the incident could be used against you. It looks like you have a probation hold as well. It's a probation violation matter at a superior court. And so as it relates to the city case, sir, I am going to hold you, and it's going to be on a $1,000 cash secured bond. Given the probation hold, you're not going anywhere in the short term anyways. So I'm setting that. And then also, let's see. So the alleged victim is Miss Caruth. She indicated that she's okay with your release from custody and is okay with further contact. I'm not going to abide by that, though, given what appears to be multiple domestic violence cases, either past or present, that are going on simultaneously. You are, again, presumed innocent, but nevertheless, there are some concerns here. So for that reason, I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim. You do not go, if you do get out of custody, you not go to the victim's residence or incident location. And I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you on the city misdemeanors that we're talking about right now. And if you do get out of custody, possess, consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, possess no firearms or weapons. I'm noting the probation hold that you have. Your next court date, sir, it's going to be a video review, and that's going to be on May 20th. So that's going to be next Wednesday, and that's going to be in front of Judge Million in city court. And a couple things, and then we're done. So if you do get out of custody, sir, it's important that you come back for future court dates, because if you do not do that, a warrant's going to issue arrest. And one other thing on city cases, that trial could go forward in your absence if you don't show up. If you were convicted at that trial, cannot be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. Then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Oh my
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Tell me your name.
Vicente Curry.
Curry.
Oh man.
I know. I've seen you before.
I'm so sorry I'm here, man.
Well, you know, I am too, but it's all right.
I really didn't mean to mess up like this.
Hang on. Let me just, I understand that you're apologetic, and that's a good way to feel, but it's important that you not talk about what may or may not have happened, because you do have a right to remain silent. And anything you say about this matter could be used against you. So it's just important that, you know, even if you feel some sort of way, that you keep those thoughts to yourself. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you, let's see, just a second. That you failed to comply with a court order. And so in relation to that, I'm going to, let's see, just a second. I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. And your next court date is going to be very quick. It's going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's going to be in Pima County Justice Court. I'm going to order that you consume no alcohol, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. Give me just a second. I'll tell you who that is. I'm going to appoint Doug Taylor to represent you, sir. So you will meet him tomorrow.
And which court will it be at?
Justice Court downtown. It's the kind of nicer, newest. It's the newest courthouse in town, and it's on North Stone, just south of the underpass.
All right, and that's it.
Just a second. I got to talk to you about like one more thing, and then you'll be done. So Mr. Taylor's appointed. His phone number is going to be on the information that you have. Next court date's tomorrow at 1 o'clock. If you bond out, sir, you got to come on down to court, because if you don't, you're going to get a new warrant for your arrest. You could find yourself in the same seat you're in now. If you're in custody, you'll be seen on video. All right. So that takes care of it, sir. You are excused.
I'll see you in person tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. You got it. Promise.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Jason Evans.
All right, Mr. Evans, just a second. So this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on 2 charges, 1 disorderly conduct count and 1 assault count. They're both alleged to be acts of domestic violence. Both are misdemeanors. They're alleged to have happened yesterday. So let me see. So it looks like the alleged victim is James Evans, who I believe is your brother. Mr. Evans was contacted and said that he does not object to your release from custody and does not oppose further. He's okay with further contact with you. So that's what I'm going to do, sir. So I'm going to release you on this matter, but give me just a second and I'll tell you about that and just a couple other conditions.
All right.
So your next court date is going to be an arraignment. You're going to get paperwork that says this, but it's going to be an arraignment on June 9th. It's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in Pima County Justice Court downtown. You'll get the address on your paperwork. I'm going to order no alcohol, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. You're going to be released on your own recognizance, and no acts of domestic violence, all right? So with all of that said, sir, you willing to follow those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so in light of that, you're going to be released. You'll be out of the jail in a couple hours, maybe a little more than that. But one last thing is that you got to come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, sir, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You could find yourself in the same seat you're in now, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good day. You're excused.
Voters, take it to Louisville.
Morning, ma'am.
Hi,
Please tell me your name.
Lisa Fiero Flores.
All right, Ms. Fiero Flores, just a second. So I'm seeing you on a variety of things. One case that is out of Pima County Justice Court. Looks like it involves a citation from the Pasco Yaqui tribe that happened this morning. And so that involves a charge alleging theft and possession of drug paraphernalia. Looks like it is alleged to happen out at Casino del Sol. You're presumed innocent of that, ma'am. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And you, of course, do have the right to remain silent. And so we're going to talk about a handful of city matters. And so on the on the Justice Court matter, I'm going to hold you on a $500 bond on that. Your next court date's coming up quick. It'll be tomorrow, 1 o'clock in the afternoon in front of Judge Pesquera in Justice Court. If you're still in custody, then you'll be seen on video for that. If you're out of custody, then you need to come on down to Justice Court, because if you don't do that, you're going to get another warrant. You find yourself back in custody. I'm also ordering that you not go to any Casino del Sol properties. Have no contact with the alleged victim. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No firearms or weapons. And because I'm holding you on a bond, ma'am, I'm going to appoint an attorney. His name's Doug Taylor. His information is going to be on the paperwork that you get. And he should be there tomorrow to meet you, whether you're in custody or out. All right, moving on to the city stuff. I've got several files out of Tucson City Court. These allege a variety of failures to appear in relation to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3 counts of theft. Let's make it four counts of theft, 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 count of criminal trespass in the first degree, 1 count of criminal damage. On all of those matters, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. On the city court stuff, I'm going to hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond, given what I see to be a fairly substantial failure to appear history. And your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be on May 22nd, so that's next Friday. That's going to be in front of Judge Bond at 1:45 in the afternoon. Again, if you bond out, ma'am, you got to come on down to city court. You'll get the address on the paperwork, because if you don't do that, you're going to get another warrant. You'll probably end up in the same seat that you're in right now, okay? And then a couple other things are that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victims, and appointing the city public defender to represent you on the city court matters. No alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, and that should take care of it. Other than to let you know that not only could you get a warrant if you don't come back to court, but trial on the city court matters, they could go forward in your absence. And if you were convicted at those trials without being present and could not be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your ability to appeal those convictions. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You are excused. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name. Could you please tell me your name?
Lenny Foster.
All right, thank you. Ms. Foster, this is your initial appearance. Let's see. Seeing you on a couple different things. It looks like we got one matter out of Pima County Justice Court alleging a failure to appear on a charge of false reporting to law enforcement. And then on one city court matter alleging that you failed to remain at the scene of a motor vehicle accident. That's another failure to appear. So on both of those, ma'am, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent, of course, as well. And as it relates to the Justice Court matter, ma'am, if I release you on that, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's really important that you do that, because if you do not do it, you're going to end up in the same seat you're in now, and it's going to be another unhappy morning for you, I would imagine.
No, I will be there.
All right. So on the Justice Court matter, I'm ordering no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Next court date's June 22nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. You're going to get paperwork that says that and where Justice Court is. So please come on down for that, and then everything should go fine from there. And then we got to talk about the city matter, and then you'll be on your way. So on that, ma'am, I'm going to release you as well. And let's see. Do you have a sheet for this? All right, thank you.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
You're good.
June 22nd at 2:30.
At 2:30?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to release you on the city court matter as well. Your next court date is going to be the same. Here's the deal. It's going to be the same afternoon as the Justice Court date. Okay, so which is both good and a little tricky in the sense that it means one trip for you downtown. So what I would do if I were you is I'd be to Justice Court early, be there at like 1 o'clock, because that's the earlier of the two court dates. You can hopefully get that one to quickly and then walk over to city court and then have both of these matters, those court dates all taken care of in the span of about an hour and a half, which is if you line it up right, it should be perfect. All right, so on the city court matter, as I said, I'm going to release you on that. Don't drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol, illegal drugs. And that court date is on the 22nd at 2:30 in the afternoon, so it's a little bit later, like I said. And that takes care of it, other than to let you know that not only could you get a warrant if you fail to appear again, but trial on the city court matter, it could go forward in your absence if you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. You could lose your ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand?
I do.
All right, thank you, man. Have a good day.
You too.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Andrew Gomez.
All right, good. Second. Mr. Gomez, I'm seeing you on a couple things. Seeing you on a new charge that alleges that you committed driving under the influence this morning about 2 o'clock in the morning up in the Marana area. That's alleged to have happened in I-9-10, kind of there where the off-ramp or on-ramp is. You're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And then on the city court matter, looks like out at Tucson City Court, you have a warrant alleging that you violated the terms of your probation in relation to a driving under the influence conviction out of Tucson City Courts, specifically that you failed to show proof of completion of any recommended alcohol treatment. So on the Miranda matter.
Yes. Can I make a note?
Sure. Do you have a question?
So I already went to the city court. I have my court date set for May 22nd for that issue. I didn't get anything in the mail from the court, the initial one. I only got the warrant, but yeah. Okay. But that's getting taken care of.
All right, just a second. Okay, so it sounds like the hearing that you got on the calendar, it's a hearing on a motion to quash. So because you're being seen, you got arrested on the warrant before the warrant could be quashed. So
Yes.
so in any event, I'm going to order quashing that warrant that is previously issued. And on the we're going to talk more about the city court matter in a second here, but on the Marana matter, I am going to hold you on a $1,000 cash to secured bond, and additionally order that you not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And I'm going to appoint an attorney. His name is Doug Taylor. Actually, just a second. Never mind. It's going to be Janet Altschuler is going to be your attorney. So her information is going to be on the paperwork that you get, sir. And so next court date is going to be on the 18th. Like I said, that's going to be at 12 noon. If you're still in custody, you'll probably be seen on video up in Marana. If you're out of custody, you must come to Marana City Court on the 18th, which is Monday at noon. Otherwise, you're going to get another warrant probably. The paperwork that you get will have the address for that courthouse. So that takes care of the Marana matter. And then turning to the Tucson City Court matter, on that, I'm going to release you. However, you still have the Marana hold unless you can post that bond. So give me just a second. We'll get that taken care of. Right at it. Sorry. Where do I write it though? Oh, I see. Right here. Sorry, I'm not. Sorry, I'm just not used to this particular form. So let's see. Your next court date on the Tucson City Court matter is going to be on June 9th because I'm releasing you on that. And that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, so the May 22nd is no more?
Just a second. Yes, we did vacate it. So no need to come down on May 22nd. Just come on back on the 9th.
No.
Yeah, and you'll get paperwork that says that. And then it's important that you come back, sir, to that court date because, and the same with the Marana one, if you're out of custody, you're going to get a warrant and you know how that goes. So, alrighty, sir. One last thing. Actually, no, that's all I need to tell you, sir. You're excused. Have a good day. Yep. Morning. Tell me your name.
Rakesh Martin.
Miss Martine, just a second. So this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges alleged that you committed 3 counts of disorderly conduct, each of which are alleged to be an act of domestic violence, and then 1 count of assault, which is also alleged to be an act of domestic violence. You're presumed innocent on all of these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. Okay, so the alleged victim is Joylyn Martin, and she is okay with your release from custody and with further contact. However, she is not okay with your return to the residence. So I'm going to release you, but it's important that you not go back to the residence. Are you willing to abide by that?
Yes, sir.
So in light of that, that's what I'm going to do. So give me just a second. I'll talk to you more about it. So other conditions are going to be that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no acts of domestic violence. And Well, you can have contact, you just can't go back to the residence. And let me take that back. So you can go back to the residence one time with law enforcement if you need to pick up your belongings, okay? So if you have items there that you need to get, you can do it. You would just need to contact the sheriff's department or whatever the closest law enforcement agency is and have an officer go with you so that they can just kind of stand by as you get your stuff. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in light of that, I'm going to release you. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment. That's going to be on June 9th. At 9 o'clock in the morning. Your paperwork's going to say this information. It's going to be at Justice Court downtown, so please come on back for that, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, you're excused. Good morning.
Morning.
Just tell me your name.
Wayne Partain.
All right, Mr. Partain, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on one charge that alleges that you committed disorderly conduct, alleged excessive noise, alleged to be an act of domestic violence. You're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. So the alleged victim, Miss Partain, is, let's see. So she does not want further contact. You're not welcome to return to the residence, objects to your release from custody. Given the absence of other criminal history, sir, I am willing to release you as long as you follow very specific conditions that I'm going to tell you about. I'm going to tell you about them and then ensure that you're willing to follow those before I commit to releasing you. So the first one is that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. The second one is that you have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. The third one is that you possess no firearms or weapons. If you have a weapon, and I suspect that you might, given your employment, you're going to need to surrender that to a local law enforcement agency, which is going to be the Oro Valley Police Department. And if you do need to return to the residence to get belongings, you may do that one time. You just got to take a Oro Valley police officer with you just to kind of stand by as you do that. And last thing is that you can't go back to the victim's residence or place of work. Are you willing to follow those conditions, sir?
Yes.
All right, in light of that, I'm going to release you, and your next court date is going to be June 10th, and that's going to be at 10:30 in the morning. One thing on the no contact is no contact means no contact. That's in person, telephonic, texting, no nothing, okay? But given that you're willing to follow those conditions, sir, your next court date's June 10th. You're going to be out of the jail in a couple hours. You need to stay away from the victim, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good day. You're excused. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just tell me your name.
Terry Lee Poitras.
Mr. Poitra, this is your initial appearance. Seen you on a few different things. So I'm seeing you on 3 files out of Tucson City Court, and looks like one, let's see. Looks like 4 out of Justice Court, so just a second. So one of the warrants out of Justice Court alleges, they all allege failures to appear. One is for false reporting. One is for possession of drug paraphernalia. Another's for shoplifting. And it looks like you have a new charge alleging possession of drug paraphernalia. So on the Justice Court matters, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. That's going to be one bond for all your Justice Court cases. And your next court date is going to be tomorrow, and that's going to be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. William Parvin's going to be your attorney. If you aren't familiar with him or don't have his contact information, his info is going to be on the paperwork that you get. I'm ordering no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. We'll talk about the city matter in just a second here. I think I said this, but your court date's tomorrow, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you're still in custody, you'll be seen on video for that. That takes care of all the justice court stuff. Now we're going to talk about the city court files. And on those, I'm seeing you on charges related to failures to appear on shoplifting, criminal trespass in the 3rd degree ×2, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent on those as well, sir. On those, I'm going to hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond. Ordering that you not go back to the incident locations where these shopliftings are alleged to have occurred. Appointing the city public defender, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be in front of Judge Branshaw. That's going to be on May 22nd, so that's next Friday. And it's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon in Tucson City Court. So if you do post-bond, sir, you get out of custody, you got 2 different court dates and 2 different courthouses. So it's important that you come to Justice Court tomorrow and then City Court next Friday. Because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And on the City Court stuff, trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial, could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. You'd lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand that, sir? Mr. Poitra? Mr. Poitra, sir? Hello? At the jail, can somebody please wake Mr. Poitra?
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Poitra, I did set court dates for you. You're going to be held in custody. It's a $1,500 bond on the city court stuff, a $1,000 bond on the justice court stuff. Your city court date is next Friday at 1:45 in the afternoon. Your justice court date is tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to get paperwork that says all of this. You are presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. And you got to come back to court if you get out of custody, because if you don't, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's your excuse.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Please tell me your name.
Matthew Pulvertaft.
All right, Mr. Pulvertaft, this is your initial appearance.
Yeah.
Looks like you have a new charge that alleges that you were driving on a suspended license and driving with suspended plates. And that is alleged to have happened this morning at some point. And
Yeah.
you're presumed innocent of that. I'm also got an older file. This is at a Tucson City Court. So we're going to talk about the Justice Court matter first, then talk about the City Court matter thereafter. So if I release you, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
Really important that you do that because, I think at least probably the main reason why you got taken to jail is because you had the warrant on that 2019 case. I don't think you would have you probably would have been cited and released if you just had the license plate infraction that you're alleged to have committed. So I'm going to release you. Your next court date on the Justice Court matter is going to be on June 9th. That's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Pima County Justice Court. You'll get the address on the paperwork, ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license on that.
Yes.
And then on the city court matters, Looks like there's one charge alleging theft by controlling stolen property and another charge alleging interfering with a judicial proceeding, both of which failure to appear warrants stemming from original incidents that are alleged to have occurred in 2019. You're presumed innocent on those as well. I'm going to release you on those, but you have got to come back to court because
Yes, sir.
you're not going away, basically. I think you're learning that this morning. So,
Yes, sir.
next court date's going to be on June 15th. It's going to be at 2:30 in the afternoon. And that's going to be in Tucson City Court downtown. You'll get the address where that is if you're not familiar.
No, I am.
One last thing, and then we're done. And that's that if you don't come back to court, sir, these city court cases could go to trial in your absence. If you're convicted at that trial and cannot be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction because you did not show up, you would lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused, and please come back to court.
Thank you.
You got it. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Richard DeBerry.
All right, Mr. Bernard. Or, I'm sorry, say it again. Oh, Mr. DeBerry. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right, so Mr. Barry, I'm seeing you on charges. Just a second. That allege that you possessed drug paraphernalia. That appears to be a new allegation that's alleged to have happened this morning about 1:30 in the morning. You're presumed innocent of that. And it looks like you have a DOC hold, so even if I were to let you out, then you're not going anywhere. So just a second. So on that, I'm gonna hold you on a $500 cash secured bond, given the existence of the DOC hold. And I'm gonna set your next court date for a video review. That's gonna be on May 22nd, so next Friday. And that's gonna be at 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Hale. And I'm gonna appoint the city public defender to represent you, sir. If you do somehow get out of custody, you're ordered not to possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. So one last thing, sir, is that if you don't come back to court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And also on the city court matter, this could go to trial in your absence. So that means that if you were convicted without you being there, then you can use the ability to appeal that conviction if you didn't show up within 90 days of that conviction. All right, you understand?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
No. Jacob. Oh.
Been along forever. Judge, sit here. That one doesn't matter.
16.
Good evening, Judge.
Please tell me your name.
First name's Jacob. The last name is Urena. R-E-Y-N.
All right, thank you very much. Just a second.
Yeah.
So this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple things. So matters out of Tucson City Court alleging a couple counts of criminal trespass, one count of criminal damage, 3 counts of disorderly conduct, and then another count of criminal damage. Some of the charges are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. It looks like 4 of them total. So on all these matters, sir, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. And just a second. So, sir, I am going to hold you on a $500 bond. a cash or secured bond. Setting your next court date as a video review, that's going to be on May 22nd. That's going to be 1:45 in the afternoon.
Okay. May 22nd at 1:45 in the afternoon, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're going to get paperwork that's this. It's going to be in front of Judge Bond. And I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you, sir. And looks like the alleged victims are Miss Mendez, your mother, and then Miss Reyna, your sister. And so Miss Mendez was able to be contacted. She is okay with your having contact with her. Okay with, I'm sorry, she does not want further contact with you, but she does not object to your release. However, Miss Reyna's position on contact or release could not be determined. So for that reason, I'm going to order that you have no contact whatsoever with Jesse Reyna. However, you may have contact with Carol Mendez. And then you not go back to the victim's residence or place of work. And like I said, city public defenders appointed to represent you, sir.
Yeah.
You got that next court date. It's important that you come back to future court dates if you get out of custody, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You'll probably end up in the same seat that you're in now. And also, trial could go forward in your absence if you were convicted at that trial. And city court cannot be sentenced within 90 days because you didn't show up for court. Then you can lose the ability to appeal that conviction. All right? You understand?
All right. Yes.
All right. Thank you for your excuse.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good
You're welcome. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Jake Wavy Scott.
Scott, this is your initial appearance. Seeing you on, looks like 5 files out of Tucson City Court. Lots of failures to appear, alleging failures to appear in relation to charges. 4 charges of possession of direct paraphernalia, 1 charge of prescription-only drug possession, and 1 charge of disorderly conduct alleged to be enacted domestic violence. And just a second. In jail, is there a probation hold in place?
Oh,
Sorry, Judge.
I'm looking at the wrong file. I'm very sorry. Hold on.
Say,
No, you're good. I am very sorry about that. Usually I'm not that absent-minded. I really apologize. So, Mr. Scott, way less to talk about with you. So you were probably freaking out there for a second. And understandably, I would be too if I were in your shoes. So you are being seen, sir, on 2 counts, not more than 2. And 1 count alleges disorderly conduct fighting, 1 count alleges assault alleged to be an act of domestic violence. And the original charge, the disorderly conduct, is also alleged to be an act of domestic violence. You're presumed innocent of those. But to the jail, is there a probation hold? Because it appears that Mr. Scott may be on probation in relation to a felony matter.
no.
No? Okay, thank you very much. So just a second. All right, Mr. Scott, I am going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond on this matter. I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim. And that is LM.
Yes, sir.
That means do not go to her residence or place of work. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you, sir. If you do get out of custody, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Commit no acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be in front of Judge Millian, and that's going to be next Wednesday, the 20th of May at 1:30 in the afternoon. And if you get out of custody, sir, really important that you come back to that court date, because if you do not do that, you're going to get a warrant for arrest, probably end up in the same seat you're in now. And also, trial could go forward in your absence on the city court matter if you were convicted at that trial without being present and didn't show up within 90 days of that conviction for sentencing. You could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Morning, sir.
Hello.
Please tell me your name.
Keegan Smith.
Smith, this is your initial appearance. Seen you on a variety of different things, so give me just a second. So I've seen you on charges that allege multiple acts of criminal damage alleged to be acts of domestic violence, multiple acts of disorderly conduct alleged to be acts of domestic violence, multiple counts of theft not alleged to be acts of domestic violence, count of criminal trespass in the first degree alleged to be an act of domestic violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, and theft by control. These relates to incidents that are alleged to have happened on March 29th of 2026, April 24th of 2026, May 2nd of 2026, and May 13th of 26. I'm also seeing you on a warrant alleging failure to appear in relation to a resisting arrest count, and that's from December 17th. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. Given the sum total of everything that's going on, including the fact that pretrial services assesses you as a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale, I'm going to hold you on a $2,500 cash as secured bond. And I'm going to set your next court date. That's going to be for a video review. And that's going to be on May 20th, so next Wednesday, May 20th, at 1:30 in the afternoon, in front of Judge Millian. I'm ordering that you not possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, possess no firearms or weapons, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim, who is Roxana Lopez. And I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you. And then one last thing, and also do not go back to the alleged victim's residence or place of work. And one last thing, and then we're done. And that is to say that you got to come back to court, sir, if you get out of custody, because if you don't, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody, and trial could go forward in your absence on these city court matters. If you were convicted of those trials when you weren't present and could not be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction because you did not show up for sentencing, ability to appeal those convictions. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You are excused. Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Raul Valenzuela.
Mr. Valenzuela, this is your initial appearance.
Hey.
I'm seeing you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Seeing you on charges that allege that you committed 3 counts of disorderly conduct. There's 4 counts of disorderly conduct. Actually, let's make it, 4 counts of disorderly conduct that are not acts of domestic violence, 3 counts of disorderly conduct that are acts of domestic violence, 1 count of criminal damage alleged to be an act of domestic violence, 1 count of assault, another count of assault alleged to be an act of domestic violence, and then 2 counts of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. On all these matters, sir, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And just a second. Looks like you may be on probation too in relation to 2 city court misdemeanors related to domestic violence convictions. So given everything that's going on here, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $2,000 cash secured bond. Set your next. It's going to be a video review, and that's going to be on May 20th, so next Wednesday. Just a second. It's going to be May 22nd, excuse me. May 22nd at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw. I'm sorry, Judge Mayhew, and her information is going to be on the paperwork that you get.
Okay.
And I'm also ordering that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, possess no firearms or weapons, have no contact of any kind with any of the alleged victims. That includes not going to the victim's residence or place of work. And I'm appointed city public defender to represent you, sir. And the last thing from me, and then we're done, is that you got to come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. And trial and city court matters could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at those trials, sir, without being, and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you did not show up, you could lose your ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand?
Yes.
I thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Have a good one.
You too. Morning.
Good morning.
Just tell me your name.
Daryl Bernard.
All right, Mr. Bernard, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on 5 files out of Tucson City Court. And just a second. All right, these alleged failures to appear in relation to possession of drug paraphernalia. Looks like there's 4 counts of that. 1 count of disorderly conduct alleged to be an act of domestic violence. 1 count of prescription-only drug possession. On all these matters, you're presumed innocent, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. Given the history of failing to appear, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be a video review that's going to be on May 22nd at 1:45 in the afternoon. So that's next Friday at 1:45. It's going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw at City Court. I'm also going to order that you possess, consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you, sir. Mr. Bernard, are you with me?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So next court date is next Friday. You got to come back to that court date if you get out of custody, sir, because if you don't, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. One last thing is that trial could go forward in your absence too if you were convicted at that trial. It could not be sentenced within 90 days because you weren't there to be sentenced. Then you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Great.
Judge, what was his name? Mr. Bernard. What was Mr. Bernard's bond set at?
1,000 cash secured.
Thank you, Judge.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Judge, if I could just get one moment really quick.
Yeah, take your time.
All right, we're ready, Judge.
Thank you very much. And, sir, could you please tell me your name?
Yes, Nicholas Allen Coleman.
Mr. Coleman, this is your initial appearance. You've been charged with one count of first-degree murder. You're presumed innocent of that, sir. I'm also seeing you on another matter that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a possession of drug paraphernalia count at Oro Valley Municipal Court. And so on both of these, sir, of course, like I said, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. And so you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you, sir. Ms. Haggard, who's seated to your left, she's going to help you out for today's sake, provide some assistance. In order to prepare for this hearing, or review the information in the interim complaint, I review the information from pretrial services, and I review the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1 million bond, plus release to pretrial services if that bond is posted. Ms. Boyer, anything further?
I apologize, Your Honor. I think my screen broke up. Did you?
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Ask for the state?
Yes. I was just asking if you had anything additional you wanted me to know about Mr. Coleman. I do see the state's recommendation.
Okay, Your Honor. Then as long as you see our recommendation for the $1 million bond, then nothing further.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Haggerty.
Judge, we're asking for a substantially lower bond for Mr. Coleman. These are very serious charges. As you know, he enjoys the presumption of innocence. He has ties to Arizona, and he's very young.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'm going to impose a $250,000 cash secured bond. And wherever that background noise is coming from, if we could please keep it down, that would be appreciated. So that's a $250,000 cash secured bond. The court did find probable cause, but not by a wide margin. And so that your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 26th, 1:30 in the afternoon. You are ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the next of kin. And do not go back to the incident location where this is alleged to have occurred. And it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender's office, because they can keep you posted on what's going on with that preliminary hearing date. Also, it's important that you come back to any future court date, sir, because if you do not do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest, probably end up in the same seat that you're in now. And if you do post the bond, you're going to be released to pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. That takes care of the felony matter. We need to talk about that Oro Valley misdemeanor. That alleges that you possess drug paraphernalia. And on that, you're presumed innocent, sir, as well. And I'm going to hold you on a $500 bond on that, with your next court date being on May 20th. So that's next Wednesday. And that's going to be at 10:30 in the morning in Oro Valley City Court. Assuming that you're still in custody, sir, you will be seen on video for that. And so if you're out of custody, then you got to come back to court, because if you don't, then you're going to get a warrant on that one also. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And because I'm holding you, I'm going to appoint an attorney. Just a second. It's his name is Richard Glenn. His information is going to be on the paperwork that you get. And so that takes care of it, sir. And so you are excused.
I'd like to say thank you, Your Honor.
You have a good day.
Cool.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
All right. Been better.
After, I can imagine. Please tell me your name.
Jason Derek Ewing.
You, and this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess. You're being seen on a warrant alleging a grand jury indictment alleging that you possess narcotic drug, possess drug paraphernalia that relates to an incident that's alleged to have happened on January 19th. I'm also seeing you on new charges alleging that you possessed a narcotic drug, possessed a dangerous drug, and that you possess drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent. All these allegations or anything you say about him could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and so I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint as it relates to the new matter, review the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $500 bond as it relates to the new interim complaint arrest and set a steps court hearing, and then a $1,000 cash secured bond as it relates to the warrant case. Ms. Boyer, anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Haggerty.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Ewing is released to pretrial services. Any bond is going to be akin to no bond for Mr. Ewing. Judge, it looks like he was I believe I heard you say that this was a grand jury indictment.
Yeah.
So he didn't have the opportunity to appear. So he does appear to be eligible for steps on the new charges. That'll get him into the program, and that'll get him in touch with service providers, an attorney from our office. So we're asking that he's released to pretrial services on both matters, and the steps hearing is set, so he can get involved in those those resources.
Okay, thank you. I do see that first point taken as it relates to the direct indictment, so it wasn't an interim complaint arrest. I do also see that he's a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. So for those reasons, I'm going to give the state the requested bond that they're asking for. So that's going to be $500 cash secured on the new arrest. And release to pretrial services if that bond is posted. No alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Also gonna, just a second. So one thing, sir, you may or may not be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so what that is it's an opportunity where if you are eligible, you could have this case dismissed before. And when I say this case, I'm talking about the new case that you just got arrested on, the one that the recent incident. If you're eligible for the program and you complete what's asked of you, then you would have the entire case dismissed. And so what you'd agree to do, sir, is participate in treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem and stay in contact with pretrial services while that process plays out. You don't need to make a final answer on that today, sir, but are you interested in learning more about that, Mr. Ewing?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, so I'm going to set a steps court here, and I'm going to set it on May 21st, 9 o'clock from today. It's going to be in front of Judge Miller in Superior Court. So if you're out of custody, sir, you got to come to Superior Court for that hearing, because if you don't, you could lose the ability to participate in that program. I'm going to keep the preliminary hearing on the same May 26th date. I'm not going to waive time on that, given that he remains in custody. So that takes care of everything, sir, other than to let you know that you got to come back to court, because not only could you lose the steps opportunity if you're eligible, but you could get a warrant for your arrest, end up back in custody, all right? You're excused.
So all I have is this.
Judge, just for the sake of clarity, the $500 bond is concurrent on both matters, right?
I don't know. It's not. It's not. It is. They are different bonds on each case.
That's it with the other ones.
Yes.
What was the other? Would you consider a $250 bond for each of them?
No. No, it's $500 on the new interim complaint arrest and $1,000 on the warrant. They're both cash or secured. And that's again because he's a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear. So that's why I did that.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Just come your name.
Josiah Wan.
All right, Mr. Juan, I'm seeing you on a couple charges. One alleges that you failed to appear for an initial appearance and an arraignment in relation to one count of burglary in the second degree. It relates to a grand jury indictment, and there's a $10,000 amount on that warrant. And then you're also being seen on a failure to appear in relation to a shoplifting allegation at a Pima County Justice Court. So in order to prepare for this hearing, I did read and consider the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation as to the felony. And also on all these things, I should back up slightly. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you also have the right to an attorney. And so I'm going to appoint Pima County legal defender to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the state's recommendation, the info from pretrial. State's recommending that $10,000 amount on the warrant. Ms. Boyer, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Haggerty.
Yes, Judge, we're asking that Mr. Juan is released to pretrial services. Judge, it looks like this was, he was arrested and then the case was dismissed and it was refiled.
Yeah.
So, no, don't say anything, okay? So we're asking that he's released to pretrial services. He has not had police contact since then. So we're asking that he's released to pretrial services and given the opportunity to appear out of custody. And today, Judge, I presume that you would schedule an arraignment so he knows that that is a date that he has to go to. It's not a preliminary hearing that could go away. It's a date that is on set and he has to appear at.
Just okay, so I am going to set a $7,500 cash secured bond because Mr. Juan does, in spite of the fact that the last case that he failed to appear on related to an indictment that may have not been mailed to the correct, a summons that may have not been mailed to a correct address, he still presents as a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. So for that reason, $7,500 cash secured bond. I am setting an arraignment. It's going to be 1 week from today, next Thursday, the 21st of May, 1:30 in the afternoon in Superior Court. It's important, sir, if you get out of custody that you come back to that arraignment, because if you don't, you're going to get another warrant. You'll end up in the same seat you're in now. I'm ordering no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. And that takes care of that. And then moving on to the misdemeanor matter. On that, that's a failure to appear on a 2024 shoplifting allegation. On that, I'm going to release you. But if you're still in custody, you'll be seen on video on June 24th, and that's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in Justice Court. And on that, I'm going to order that you not go back to the incident location where the shoplifting is alleged to have happened. It looks like Janet Altschuler is your attorney on that, so her information's on the paperwork you're going to get. No alcoholic beverages, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and that takes care of it, sir. You are excused. Thank you. Is there a question?
Judge,
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to speak,
Judge, Mr. Juan would like to make a statement and ask you to reconsider bond.
Okay, well, I'm not going to do it, sir, but I'll give you a moment to talk. I mean, a quick moment. I mean, I can explain why I did it, but I'll give you a moment, sir. Let me know what you want me to know.
No need to explain your part. I just wanted to say, yes, exactly what she had stated was, they indicted me on the charges. I was arrested. I got released. The mail went to my mom's address. I didn't know about these court dates being reset. I didn't know about these charges being refiled. So I would like that chance, that opportunity, if maybe in the near future, if the courts would grant it, that if they would grant me OR to pretrial services, I would be willing to get into some kind of treatment services or sober living,
So for today, I appreciate your sentiment, sir, but you do show there's a metric that we received that talks about what risk does somebody show of failing to appear in the future. You're a 6 out of 6 on that, which is not good. And so for today, I've made up my mind. However, you're going to get it. You just got an attorney appointed, so you're going to be able to talk to that attorney. They can file a motion with the court in Superior Court and try and get that bond lowered. It's just for today's sake, what I've decided is going to be what happens. Okay, so have a good day, sir. You're excused.
And Judge, for the sake of time, if there's anybody that you're inclined to release, I don't need to be heard on.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Good morning, Carol.
All right, Ms. Carroll, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you tampered with physical evidence. You're presumed innocent of that. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is released to pretrial. Ms. Boyer, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. And Ms. Haggerty, I'm assuming you're good on that?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so we're going to release you, ma'am. You're going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and that's going to be with the next court date of June 3rd. It's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender because they can talk to you more about your case in general and keep you in the loop about whether or not that preliminary hearing is going and what needs to happen with it, if anything. I'm also going to order no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. You got to come back to future court dates, ma'am, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody. All right. You're excused. Thank you.
To take this? Yeah. It's okay, I have two attorneys. Okay.
Jeffrey.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Just send me a note.
Jeffrey Compton.
Compton, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. Seen you on charges of allegedly possessed a narcotic drug, possessed drug paraphernalia. That's alleged to happen yesterday. Those are felony matters. You're presumed innocent of those. Also seen you on a couple failures to appear, one out of Tucson City Court, one out of Green Valley Justice Court. One relates to a criminal trespass from 2024. Another relates to a driving on a suspended license from March 11th, 2026. And you are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you have to say about this stuff could be used against you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal advocate to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. I will note that I'm likely to hold Mr. Compton on the felony on a relatively small bond, given that he shows as a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. Does seem to be a fairly pronounced history of failing to appear. I'd likely do a $500 cash secured bond. Ms. Boyer, does that, you have anything to say about that?
No, Your Honor, the state would defer to the court.
All right, and then Ms. Haggerty.
Judge, I'd like to ask you to reconsider releasing him to pretrial services. However, if you're not inclined, we're asking for an even lower bond. Mr. Compton is not going to be able to post a $500 bond, so we're asking for a much lower bond.
Thank you. Given the failure to appear history, I'm going to impose that $500 bond. It's a cash or secured bond. The next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And please stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender because they can talk to you more about that, sir. Also, it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so STEPS is a good opportunity if you are eligible because it would give you a way to have this new felony allegation dismissed before you ever got indicted, let alone convicted. What you would agree to do, sir, is participate in treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem. And if you take care of that treatment requirement, stay in contact with pretrial services, the whole case gets dismissed. Are you interested in learning more about that, sir? You don't have to decide for sure today, but are you interested in learning more?
Yes.
All right, good. We're going to set a steps court hearing. It's going to be next Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. It's going to be on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Miller. So if you're out of custody, sir, please come on down to Superior Court a week from today, because if you don't, you could lose the ability to participate in the program. I'm keeping your preliminary hearing on May 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So just stay in contact with your attorney. They can talk to you more about that. And we got to talk about the other 2 failures to appear. The one out of Green Valley Justice Court, I'm going to release you on that, sir. Your next court date, just a second, actually. Looks like your next court date is going to be a week from today at 8:30 in the morning. So that obviously conflicts with the steps court hearing in Superior Court. So talk with your attorney about that, sir. Basically, you got 2 court dates that are almost exactly on the same time, on the same day. So just talk with your attorney about that, and they can figure out a strategy to help navigate that. But I am going to release you on the Green Valley case, sir. The only condition is that you not drive without a valid driver's license.
Okay.
And then last but not least, we have that city court matter. That's a warrant on the criminal trespass allegation. I'm going to release you on that one as well, sir. And on that, I'm going to set what's called a non-transport review. That's going to be on June 12th at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's probably going to be in front of Judge Klotz. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you on that, sir. And then possess no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Do not go back to the incident location. And then that takes care of that. Last thing is that if you don't come back to court, sir, you're going to get a warrant. So please come back to court. You got different court dates in different courthouses. So hang on to your paperwork. Be sure to be there. And also in the city court matter, trial could go forward in your absence if you didn't show up for trial. And if you were convicted at that trial, couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you would lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah. No.
He said you have to go to court.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know you have to go to court.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically in a nutshell. All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
And Judge, just for the sake of clarity, should I reach out to the legal advocate and tell them about the conflicting time, or will them or the court be notified?
So he's going to get paperwork that says all of that. If you could just let maybe Mr. Burke know or somebody in his shop, that would be appreciated. Just given that it's a week from today, it may help them get to the issue faster.
Will do.
Thank you. In his shop, that would be appreciated. Just given that it's a week from today, it may help them get to the issue faster.
Will do.
Thank you.
No, I'm gonna read. Yeah. So
Let's stay here.
Morning, sir.
Hello,
Please tell me your name.
Martin Quinn.
Quinn, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you traffic in stolen property, burglary in the second degree, theft by control, and also that you possess a narcotic drug. The first 3 charges relate to a case that you were indicted on that relates to incidents that are alleged to have happened on December 8th of 2024. The new drug possession allegation relates to something that's alleged to have happened yesterday. On all this stuff, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint on the new arrest, I reviewed the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial on the new matter, set a steps court hearing, but honor the $5,000 amount on the warrant that is on the matter from 2024 at a Superior Court. Ms. Boyer, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Haggerty?
Judge, we're asking that he's released on both matters, or if you're not inclined, we're asking for much lower bonds on both of them for time. Hold on, folks, hold on. I'm speaking. Okay. Judge, he wasn't aware that he had court. It looks like this was possibly refiled. It looks like he was supposed to appear for initial appearance arraignment. So we're asking he's released to pretrial services, and he'll know the date of the arraignment that he has to appear. And he'll also know who his attorney is, so he can reach out to the attorney if there's any issue. So we're asking for another opportunity for him to appear out of custody.
All right, thank you. Just a second. All right, so Mr. Quinn does present as a 3 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. So I am willing to give you a chance, sir, but I need to know that you're going to come back to court. If I release you, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right, really important that you do that, because if you don't, then you're probably going to end up in the same seat you're in now, having a less than stellar morning at the Pima County Jail. So it's really important that you do that. I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services on the warrant matter. I'm setting an arraignment. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's the 21st of May, 1:30 in the afternoon. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not go back to the alleged victims' residence or place of work. And then moving on to the new steps matter. Or steps, it looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS, so it's a good opportunity, sir, assuming that you're eligible for it. What it is it's a way for you to have the new case that you were just arrested on, have it dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. What you would agree to do, sir, is participate in treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem. If you complete that treatment requirement and you stay in contact with pretrial services as that process plays out, you graduate the program, the case gets dismissed, you don't get indicted, let alone convicted. Are you interested in learning more about that, sir?
Yes.
All right, very good. So we're going to set a steps court hearing for you. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on May 21st at 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's going to be in Superior Court in front of Judge Miller. So you got 2 things next Thursday. That's going to be the steps court hearing in the morning at 9 o'clock. Then you got your arraignment at 1:30 in the afternoon. So I would say, hang out at the library between or something, figure out a way to be downtown for both of those. And then I'm going to set your steps court hearing on the 21st. I already said that. I'm going to set the preliminary hearing on June 29th. Counsel, you're willing to waive time, I assume?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to set that preliminary hearing on June 29th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And please stay in contact with your attorney, sir, and you got to come back to court because, well, you know what happens if you don't. All right, have a good day.
Judge, do you is there any way to set the arraignment with the steps hearing and have Judge Miller arraign him and do the steps hearing at the same time?
Possible. So that's something, I can't do it right now, but I think that should be possible. I would just have his attorney just contact court services at Superior Court, and they should be able to do that because I will frequently do arraignments at the time of other hearings on the 9 o'clock calendar. And I don't think Judge Miller would mind that. You just got it. Somebody's going to have to contact court services. Yeah.
Okay. So we have.
Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Ismael Cuevas.
Wait, you're on charges of alleged that you possess narcotic drug, you possess drug paraphernalia. Those are both felonies, and then a couple misdemeanors, one of which is DUI, the other is possession or use of a prescription-only drug. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, or anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. Just a second. It's going to be the Pima County Public Defender's Office that represents you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is 2 pretrial services, I'm inclined to do that. Anyone need to say anything on that?
No, Judge.
All right. So that's what I'm going to do. Sir, you're going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on June 3rd at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can talk to you more about the preliminary hearing and whether you need to be there or not. Do not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. All right, sir? You are excused. Actually, one last thing. If you don't come back to court, sir, you're going to get a warrant, so it's important that you do that, all right? Because otherwise you could end up in the same seat you're in now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
16 federal pretrial anger. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Francisco Curry.
Curry, this is your initial appearance. I am seeing you on one count alleging that you committed aggravated assault on a police officer. You are presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And let's see, you also have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services. I'm inclined to do that. Either counsel need to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Nope. All right. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Curry, you are going to be released to pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm going to order that you not possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, have no contact with the alleged victim. And it's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You could find yourself in the same seat you're in now. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Daniel?
Good morning, sir.
Or
You please tell me your name.
Daniels.
This is your initial appearance. Just a second. And I'm seeing you on a charge alleging that you're a fugitive of justice.
Yes, sir.
Out of the state of Arkansas. You're presumed innocent of that, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint and also the information in the NCIC printout that I've been provided. Also see the state's recommendation, which is a $5,000 cash secured bond. And counsel, I am inclined to hold Mr. Daniels without bond because the law requires me to do so in the sense that this is a post-conviction. It's alleged to be a post-conviction parole violation warrant. And so because of that, I'm obliged to hold him without bond. Ms. Boyer, did you need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. And so Ms. Haggerty?
Judge, we're asking to set a no bond here, or the fugitive hearing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just a second.
Oh, you're gonna get it at your.
So I am going to hold without bond. And so the fugitive warrant hearing is going to be on the 19th. So that's going to be on Tuesday at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Miller in Superior Court. And so, sir, if you get out of custody, no firearms or weapons, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. And so you'll have a hearing pretty quick here on Tuesday to see what direction you'd like to go. You can consult with an attorney. But the law requires me to hold you without bond, sir, because anytime that there's an allegation that somebody is a fugitive from justice after they've been convicted on a felony offense, then I have to hold them without bond. So that's why I'm doing that, sir. But you're going to get an attorney quick. You'll have a hearing quick, and you can fight this matter to the extent you'd like to do so. You are excused, sir. Thank you.
And Judge, the legal defender is appointed, right?
Yes, that's right, sir. I did not say that. Yeah, legal defender is the attorney.
Yes.
Morning.
Morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Juan Fernando Espinosa, Your Honor.
Mr. Espinoza, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you impersonated a police officer. You are presumed innocent of that. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. I'm inclined to do that. Either counsel need to be heard further on that?
No, Judge.
Being none, thank you. So, sir, you are going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Your next court is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on June 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm ordering that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid driver's license, all right? Please stay in contact with your attorney because they can talk with you more about that preliminary hearing, whether or not you need to be anywhere for that, all right? Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Lori? Lori? There you go. Yeah. Lori? Yeah. You can see.
Good morning, sir.
Correct.
Could you please tell me your name?
Anselmo Flores?
Flores, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on an allegation that you're a fugitive from justice out of the state of Texas, Department of Corrections, it looks like. And so you're presumed innocent of that, sir. And so you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about this matter could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information, I'm also seeing you on a matter out of Tucson City Court. And just a second. And also reviewed the state's recommendation, which is a $5,000 bond plus release of pretrial services. Ms. Boyer, same situation as the last one. I do see this as a parole violation warrant out of the state of Texas, which I believe obliges me to hold him without bond pursuant to, I think it's ARS 133856 or something along those lines. So did you want to be heard further on that?
I did actually, because you are correct on that, but we are dismissing his fugitive.
Okay, thank you. I can take care of that right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So good news, Mr. Flores. I am going to dismiss that fugitive warrant allegation. We do need to talk about the city court matter. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. But as it relates to that fugitive warrant issue, that is gone.
All right.
And so let's move to the city court matter. And that alleges that you committed criminal damage and disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. That's alleged to have happened this morning, North Gypsy Lane. So you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And let's see. 1 second. So on that, sir, if I release you, will you have no contact with Miss Stephanie Sanchez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the reason why I say that is because attempts were made to get a hold of her input on whether or not she's okay with contact or not, or okay with you returning to a shared residence or not, any of that. We couldn't get that information. So because I don't know, you got to stay away, all right? And so I'm going to release you on this with the condition that you have no contact of any kind with Miss Stephanie Sanchez. And additionally, that means don't go to her residence or place of work. Do you live together? All right. Just ask that, sir, because what you can do is I'm going to check a box on here that says that you may return one time with law enforcement to retrieve any belongings that you have. So it's okay for you to go back there and get any personal belongings that you might need to get. You just need to have a TPD officer or some other agency go with you. It's a common thing that happens. So if you just either go to a substation or contact their non-emergency line, they should be able to arrange somebody to go with you, and then you can get your stuff. Okay.
All right.
All right. So I am going to release you, sir. Your next court date is going to be on June 2nd, and that's going to be in front of Judge Millian. And that's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon in city courts. Almost done. And one last thing is that you got to come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, sir, not only could a warrant issue for your arrest, but trial could go forward in your absence on this matter. And if you were convicted at that trial, could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you did not show up, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
No. Mark? Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Please tell me your name.
Mark Giglio.
Okay, Mr. Giglio, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. Seen you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug and that you possess drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of those allegations, or anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services instead of steps court hearing. Ms. Haggerty, any objection to that?
No, Judge.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do. So, Mr. Giglio, I need to talk with you about a couple things. So you are going to be released. So that's
Yes,
the good
sir.
news, but I got to talk to you about a couple things, so hang tight.
Yes, sir.
Your next court date is going to be, counsel, you waive time?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so I'm going to set a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on June 29th at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm ordering that you not possess that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Also, it looks like you may be eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a good opportunity if you're eligible for it, in my opinion, because it gives you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you ever got indicted, let alone convicted. The way it works is you'd agree to participate in some treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem and stay in contact with pretrial services. If you get the treatment requirement done that you're required to do and you stay in contact with pretrial services, the whole case gets dismissed before you get indicted, let alone convicted. I don't need a final answer from you today, but are you interested in learning more about that opportunity, sir?
I am, sir. I have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am, sir.
Yeah, if you got other stuff, let Miss Haggerty know. She's happy to hear you out on some of that, I think. But what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to set it what's called a steps court hearing, and that's going to be 1 week from today, and that's going to be next Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. That's downtown. It's in front of Judge Miller. She's on the 3rd floor at Superior Court. It's really important that you come to that hearing because you can speak to an attorney, learn more about the opportunity with the program, and enter into it if that's what you want to do. If you don't show up, you could get a warrant for your arrest. You could lose the ability to participate in the program. Bad things could happen. All right. So please come on down to Superior Court next Thursday at 9 o'clock. And then if you want to join the program, you can do it, assuming that you're eligible. All right. All right. So you're going to be released. You should be out of the jail in a couple hours or so.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Yep. All right. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Mr. Lopez.
Lopez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on some different things. I'm seeing you on new charges that allege that you possessed a narcotic drug, 2 counts of that, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, and then I'm seeing you on 7 warrants alleging failure to appear, 1 out of justice court, 7 out of city court. On all this stuff, you're presumed innocent, or anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir, on the felony matter. And in order to prepare for that, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $500 bond and set a steps court hearing. Ms. Boyer, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks. Ms. Haggerty?
Judge, if you're inclined to release him on the misdemeanors, we're asking that he's released on the felony as well. If you're not inclined to release him on the misdemeanors, we're asking for a lower bond for time credit. We're asking.
No, you're fine.
So we're asking that you consider pretrial services for Mr. Lopez because he appears to be eligible for steps. He's disabled and he has appointments coming up this week, and he has confirmed housing with his aunt. He also, Judge, just out of the interim complaint, not admitting to any of the allegations, but just to point out that in the interim complaints here, nobody was complaining about his behavior. An officer saw him and talked to him. So we're asking that he's released to pretrial services.
All right. I am going to hold him because I'm going to hold him on the misdemeanors. So I'll dial the bond down a little bit. I'm going to impose a $250 cash and secured bond on the felony matter. Set your next court date. Well, I'm going to set a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And ordering that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm also going to set what's called a steps court hearing. That's next Thursday, sir. And so you might be eligible for this. You might not be eligible for this, but I'll tell you about it. Basically, if you're eligible for it, what could happen is you could have your entire new drug arrest dismissed before you got indicted, let alone convicted. And the way that would work is you would agree to participate in drug treatment, and then if you complete the treatment that's required and you stay in contact with pretrial services as that process is playing out, then the whole thing gets dismissed, assuming that you're eligible for it and you take care of what you got to take care of. Are you interested in learning more about that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to set that steps court hearing. It's going to be 1 week from today. It's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in front of Judge Miller in Superior Court. So if you're still in custody, sir, you'll be brought to court for that hearing. If you're out of custody, you got to come to Superior Court next Thursday, because if you don't, you could get a warrant for your arrest, and you could also lose the ability to participate in the program if you're eligible. So that takes care of that. Then we're going to talk about the one justice court failure to appear. On that alleges a failure to appear in relation to a shoplifting allegation. And on that, I'm going to hold you on a $250 bond as well. And your next court date is going to be a pre-trial. It's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. So you'll be seen pretty quick, assuming that you're still on video, or assuming that you're still in custody, you'll be seen on video, and that'll be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'm ordering that you not go back to the incident locations, and that takes care of that. And last but not least, we have the city court failures to appear. There's 6 of them. This relates to 3 counts, drug paraphernalia, well, actually, many counts of drug paraphernalia, possession, being in a parking or being in a park after dark, camping, criminal trespass, assault alleged to be an act of domestic violence. On those, given the number of city failures to appear, I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you, sir. And I'm going to set your next court date. That's going to be for a video review. That's going to be next Friday at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be, I think, in front of Judge Verena. And ordering that you not possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. One last thing, and then we're done. And that is to say that you got to come back to future court dates, sir, because if you don't, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. And trial on the city court matters, you could actually be taken to trial on the city court matters if you were convicted at those trials when you weren't there because you didn't show up. Then you could lose the ability to appeal those convictions if you didn't show up for 90 days. All right. So you, sir, are excused. Have a good day.
All this. All right. Oh, I see right here.
Yeah.
Wait,
Hold on, just listen, okay?
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
Richard Polson.
Olson, this is your initial appearance. I am seeing you on a charge that alleges that you possess a narcotic drug, possess a dangerous drug, and then you possess drug paraphernalia. It relates to an incident that is alleged to have happened back in mid-July of 2025. It looks like you may have failed to appear for an initial appearance and an arraignment as it relates to that case. I also do see that you have a probation hold that relates to a probation matter at a superior court. So on all this stuff, sir, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent, and you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information relating to the warrant, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $500 bond and with release to pretrial services if you get out of custody. Ms. Boyer?
What was that, Your Honor?
Just anything we want to be heard further on Mr. Polson?
Oh, no.
All right.
No, thank you, though.
You got it. Ms. Haggerty?
Judge, given the hold, he's not going to be released, but we're asking for a nominal bond for time credit, also because he's going to be held.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Gracias, tómense.
All righty, so I can tell the interpreter can hear me, so let's get started. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 14th, 2026.
Es el calendario de mayo 14, 2026 de las 11 de la mañana.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the first of the month will also apply to these hearings.
También aplica a estas audiencias la toma de huellas dactilares del calendario del 2 de mayo.
All right, and I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement straight through, so just for the interpreter, do you have a copy in Spanish already? You're supposed to.
I don't have a copy. Or
Oh. You do not? Okay, sorry. I didn't realize you were not CITS. All right, well, I'm going to go one sentence. Well, it's actually one giant sentence and then a short sentence, so I'll break it up at points, okay?
Sure, yeah.
Wait. She said she sent you a copy? Oh, she just emailed it to you. Let me give you a second to pull it up. That way, I'll go all the way through, and then you can go all the way through in Spanish.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, the right to be present at all court hearings, and to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court schedules. The court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and the right to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Okay, go ahead.
Si usted es una víctima de un ilícito causado pendiente ante este tribunal y se le ha dejado saber sobre sus derechos bajo la ley de Arizona, entre ellos se incluye el derecho de que se le trate de manera justa, digna y de manera justa ante la ley, de un juicio oral agilizado, de estar presente durante los procesos del tribunal para elegir si desea ser entrevistados por la parte demandada o acusada, el abogado de este, o ser oídos ante el tribunal antes de tomar decisiones de libertad, negociación de un convenio resolutorio, la programación de sentencia o recibir indemnización de una persona que haya causado pérdidas a usted. Si no se le ha proveído todavía una declaración escrita de los derechos a la víctima, por favor comuníquese con los servicios de la procuración para estos derechos.
All right, Mr. Hernandez Lopez, if you come forward.
Señor Hernández López, pasa adelante.
So he has headphones on. Are you on a side call with him for the interpreter?
I should be, and I'll interpret simultaneously from here forward.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right. Good morning, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
No se escucha nada.
Oh, they're going to mess with the volume. Give it a second. Okay, we turn it up. Let's try again.
Es José Hernández López.
José Hernández López.
And your date of birth?
1990, 11 de noviembre de 1997.
November 11th of 1997.
Thank you. You are before the court on a new case, which will be proceeding in the El Mirage City Court. You've been accused of criminal damage and disorderly conduct, both Class 1 misdemeanors. And there is probable cause for both of those. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in 4 days, which is May 18th at 10 o'clock in the morning in the El Mirage City Court. You have a $500 secured appearance bond and written release conditions that include you may not live where the alleged victims live while the case is pending. You may not go there at all except one time with an officer to keep the peace while you collect your belongings. So you must call the non-emergency number for El Mirage Police Department, request a civil standby. They will send an officer to go with you and keep the peace while you collect some of your belongings. You may not respond to any contact from the alleged victims. You may not possess any weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. I did appoint a lawyer for you. In the event you are unable to post the bond, the lawyer is appointed to help you with the bond issue. Any further appointment of a lawyer in this case will be up to the city judge in El Mirage. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork, including the date and time of the hearing. If you'll step to your left, they will give you your paperwork and you can hand them the headphones. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and then let's go ahead for Mr. Pastrana. And we're going to get your client the headphones, counsel, so he can get simultaneous interpretation, I should say. All right. Okay. All right, sir. Will you please give me your full name and date of birth?
Isabel Villalba Pastrana, 070874.
Isabel Villalba Pastrana, 0708 of 74.
Okay, then the appearance of the state, and then we'll do this.
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Marrufa appearing on behalf of Isabel Villalba Pastrana, who is present in custody and being assisted by the court interpreter.
All right. Mr. Villalba Pastrana, you have been arrested on one allegation. I get an abbreviated description of it, but it is, I believe it is leaving the scene of an accident involving any injury or death, which is a Class 5 felony. And counsel, before I go on to release conditions, this is just for Counsel Marufo. Did you want to be heard on probable cause? I am inclined to find probable cause.
Your Honor, just briefly, the only thing I would say regarding probable cause is it doesn't appear that, based on the information contained in the Form 4, it appears that Mr. Pastrana did make statements to police, did cooperate with police and did make statements to police, but according to the Form 4, Mr. Pastrana did not know that an injury had occurred, let alone some type of either minor or serious injury, which would be a requirement for under the subsection that he is charged with.
All right, thank you. Mr. Villalba Pastrana, I have read what the police submitted. I've considered your lawyer's argument today, and the court does find that on the totality of the circumstances, the police have met the base requirement for probable cause on this charge. As your lawyer can explain, it is not a high standard at this stage of the proceedings. It is a long way from the amount of evidence required to convict a person, but I do find there is at least probable cause for this allegation. So let's proceed to release conditions, and I'll hear from the state first. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for a $25,000 secured appearance bond, along with pretrial services that he is released with alcohol and drug testing and monitoring, and no operating a motor vehicle. Although it does appear he doesn't have any prior felony convictions, the state believes he has 2 prior DUI convictions and a conviction for driving without a license. Obviously, there is a concern that it does appear that the Form 4 indicates that he was aware that he had hit someone and that he panicked and fled. He also, I believe, admitted to law enforcement that he parked his vehicle in the driveway and then parked another vehicle behind it, trying to obscure the visual of his vehicle. The victim suffered road rash and a fractured fibula. Our concern is that given that he has those prior DUI convictions, as well as at least one prior conviction for driving with a suspended license, and now we're here on another driving-related offense, that does increase the danger to the community if he is released without a bond.
All right, thank you. Ms. Maruso.
Your Honor, defense does not object to pretrial services with alcohol and drug monitoring, but we do ask that the court follow the recommendation by pretrial services report. The pretrial services report indicates that Mr. Pastrana should be released or recommends on his own recognizance. He is listed as a low 2 under failure to appear score. I'm not sure what the 3 is for new criminal activity other than he has prior misdemeanor history. But we ask the court take into consideration regarding he's not a flight risk. We understand the allegation alone. However, this accident happened at 15:06 hours, and by 15:24, he's already being read Miranda. So it was very quick, and according to the police report or the Form 4, he did cooperate with police. And under self-surrender description, says that Mr. Pastrana did come out of the house, listen to commands. There was no incident or issues with police. So according to the state, there is a misdemeanor history, but no failures to appear that I'm aware of. So we believe he's already shown the court that he will show up if he's told to show up. In addition to that, his entire family resides here in the area. His family has retained private counsel. He is very concerned about this, but he is a main provider for his family, so he's very interested to get back to work. He's a carpenter by trade. He's been doing that for 20 years. He's married, has 3 kids, lives at home with one of his kids. The rest are out of the house already. As far as Your Honor, this is a Class 5 felony. If it stays a Class 5 felony, it's realistically looking at potentially a probation eligible. But I'm not sure what his plea is going to be or how it's going to get resolved. But we're not talking about a situation where Mr. Pastrana has any benefit of trying to evade the court or not come back. In fact, he has every incentive to make sure that he comes back and takes care of this appropriately. So I don't believe that he's a flight risk, and I think he's already shown the court that he's not a flight risk. The concern with a $25,000 secured appearance bond for Mr. Pastrana is the collateral. So I understand sometimes the perception is that if it's a secured appearance bond, only 10% will need to be posted, which is only $2,500. If that's the court's intention, then we would ask the court impose $2,500 cash. The collateral is really the problem for a lot of people, and we have a lot of clients that end up getting stuck in custody over not having the right type of vehicle or house under their name that bond companies will accept. So for those reasons, we ask that the court release him to pretrial services or on his own recognizance with testing, and if the court does want some type of a bond, we would ask that it's a low cash bond, such as 25 cash.
Okay.
2,500, sorry.
Understood. No, I did. I remember. All right. And so I'm just going to go back to the state quickly because I would like to hear the state's rebuttal on the argument that it is probation eligible as currently alleged. He does not have any prior felonies, and his DUI and driving on suspended history is now fully 20 years old. So did you want to be heard on that? Because I am contemplating something that is significantly less than what the state has requested.
Your Honor, I certainly understand, given the length of time, and I did speak with defense counsel before we went on the record in regards to when I had originally reviewed the Form 4, I didn't realize that Mr. Pastrana was contacted by law enforcement so quickly after the accident, because I was certainly concerned that perhaps he fled because he was impaired at the time of the accident, although I think that if when law enforcement contacted him, they had any concerns about that, they certainly would have noted that in the Form 4, and there's no reference to that. I still think that there is potentially a concern given the driving behavior and that he did admit that he knew he hit someone, and the fact that the victim did suffer a pretty serious injury. I wouldn't object if the court would like to go with the suggestion of counsel in regards to a lower cash bond, so that it would be something that Mr. Pastrano may be able to post so that he does not have to remain in custody.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Villalba-Pastrana, I've considered what's been alleged against you. I considered your criminal history. I considered the statements of the lawyers here in court today. And it is possible that the state may ultimately choose to charge you with a more serious offense, such as aggravated assault. It's the court's belief that they likely haven't done that at this point because fault in the accident is probably not clear. From the facts, they allege that the victim was riding a bicycle on a sidewalk and then crossed into the street. And so there may be some fault for the accident on the part of the alleged victim. So the court is concerned about the allegations of trying to hide from the consequences of that. I certainly am. That being said, again, I am very aware of the fact that this is a probation eligible charge, what you're being accused of, and I agree, I think, with both counsel that if the police had any indication to allege that you were under the influence at the time, they'd have thrown it into the Form 4. And they didn't say anything about that. And that's just based on extensive experience in reading these. Even if they don't book you for impairment, if they've got anything that suggests it, they're going to allege it just so the court is aware, and they haven't. So I interpret that as they're unlikely to have any. So on these facts, I'm not sure that bond is even appropriate at all. And I've given some thought. I think I'm going to order drug and alcohol testing, but I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You have been in the community at least 20 years, apparently crime-free, that 20 years ago you had misdemeanor DUIs and driving unsuspended, and then nothing for 20 years until this. I'm certainly reluctant to say that somebody as to whom there appears to be video evidence struck a pedestrian and then hid. I'm not happy about that, but that type of panic response, if that is what happened, doesn't necessarily indicate to the court that now that you have an understanding of what you may or may not face and all of the consequences of possibly fleeing, that means you're not going to appear for court, respond to these allegations, and potentially face the consequences of a conviction. So yours is a bit of a difficult case for the court because I don't love the facts that are alleged against you. But practically speaking, I believe you are likely to comply with release conditions and appear for court. And those are the two measures for pretrial risk. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services with alcohol testing and drug testing. We will see if that is a factor. It is my belief that pretrial services may ask for that to be deleted if you test negative. Don't have any contact with the alleged victim, nor any complainant or witness, which would be, I'm not sure, they say a nearby CCTV camera. I don't know if there were any witnesses, but right now, just leave all of that to your lawyer. Your lawyer knows how to investigate cases and get that sort of thing done. I'm not going to tell you not to go to the scene of the crime because I think it was just an intersection. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, actually, I'm going to take off the no weapons. I don't have any basis to believe you're a prohibited possessor and this didn't involve a weapon. So no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. As your lawyer will tell you, the state can take action against your driver's license regardless of whatever happens in this case. So get some information from your lawyer about how to be aware if the state is trying to take action against your license. I think that's everything, counsel.
Nothing further.
Or any further from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, then we're going to get that printed up, and council, we have lots of time on the calendar. If you want to keep using the room and it's okay with the DOs, it's fine with me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I need to appear for the very last one. May I be excused?
Sure,
to come back?
absolutely. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thanks. Thank you to the interpreter. Could you make a general call before we let you go, just so I don't...
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes. ¿Hay alguien más que necesita interpretación, que no hable inglés, que necesite el español?
Raise your hand. Okay. She's just double checking. Okay, looks like we're good. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, bye-bye. Yes, because I'm going to give you the opportunity to win.
Okay.
Yeah. Show us. Okay, all right, Mr. Banda, can we have Mr. Stephen Banda? And then Naya Richardson, you can go to the chair. Oh, he's like in a gray tank top. And he's like, okay. And then after Mr. Banda will be Nia or Naya Richardson. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Steven Banda,
What's your date of birth?
4/10/79.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case and a warrant in an older case. In the new case, you got arrested for three things. Criminal trespass in the first degree, which is a class 6 felony, then also dangerous drug possession, a class 6 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. Of those, I found probable cause for today's hearing only on the criminal trespass, not for the dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia, because the police didn't provide enough information to support their allegation that it was met. It doesn't mean it's dismissed, though. I'm just ignoring it for purposes of release conditions. You can talk to your lawyer about how that works, but again, importantly, there is probable cause for the felony criminal trespass. That's going to be important with respect to release conditions, so hold on and I'll get to that. I am appointing a lawyer for you. It'll be the same person that you have for your other case. You have a pending case for possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. That's number 8 on our calendar. A warrant went out for your arrest in that case on March 9th after you failed to appear at a status conference. So you're going to end up with the same lawyer, and I can give you the same next court date for both cases. It'll be May 20th at 8:30 in the morning, which is going to be Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing for both cases will be May 22nd at 8:30. Now, in the older case, the bench warrant case, I'm just going to set bond in the amount of $500 secured with written release conditions. But in the new case, because there's probable cause for a new felony, while you have any pending felony case, I have to hold you for a bail hearing. That's why it's important there is PC, probable cause for one felony. That means I cannot release you today. You have to be held for a bail hearing. So the bail hearing will be 1 week from today. It is the 21st of May at 1:30 in the afternoon. You may or may not get bail in a week. You're just not eligible today. And I was going to tell you. Sorry, it's been a long morning. Anyway, talk to your lawyer at the status conference about what's going to happen at the bail hearing the next day. Oh, that I was going to tell you. On your paperwork, it's called evidentiary hearing. Because it is one, but the whole point of it is bail. So when you're looking at when's my bail hearing, it's the one called evidentiary hearing. All right, everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, he'll give it to you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Richardson? And then Ricardo Parado, will you please go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
My name is going to be Naya Phoenix Richardson, and my birthday is May 24th, 2005.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new case. You got arrested. I got to reprint this. I don't know how I ended up hitting the no PC button. All right, hers needs to be reprinted, okay? Sorry. Going too fast. All righty, okay, sorry. You got arrested for first-degree criminal trespass, which is a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. You may end up with a new lawyer because now we've got co-defendants in the same cases. Both of you have open cases with the public defender's office, and now you're co-defendants in a new case. So right now, I'm sending your new case to the legal defender's office, so you may end up with a new lawyer in both cases. Go ahead.
I was just curious. It says, yeah, I have another co-defendant, and I know that in this case, but in my last cases,
oh, you do?
I don't know. These people weren't involved in the time period of anything, and
no, I'm saying in this new case today, the criminal trespass, you have at least one co-defendant, Mr. Banda.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what's causing the potential for conflict of cases. So I'm just letting you know, I'm not sending your case to the public defender's office. I'm sending it to the legal defender's office. We have 3 public defense offices in Arizona. So because now there's a whole big conflict thing, so the public defense agencies are going to figure all of that out. I just didn't want to say this case is going to your existing lawyer, because it's not. Go ahead.
And I just had one more thing as well. So under the premises of how everything came to be, I had initially gone, I know that the homeowner is the one that made the call
so
for
hold
it.
on. I need to give you a Fifth Amendment warning, ma'am, and to let you know that there's probable cause for this. I'm planning to hold you without bail, just like I did him, because there's probable cause for a new felony while you have a pending felony. And I realize you probably have a defense to this case. But as I am often telling defendants in your situation, trying to persuade me to let you out, give you a bond, give you better release conditions, by making admissions that could get you convicted in a case that, if you get convicted in those drug sales cases, this is criminal trespass becomes a mandatory prison case. So you could literally be standing here confessing to it, trying to get out. And saying things that could be used at trial. Things you say today, they're being audio and video recorded. They could be played to a trial jury in a potentially prison mandatory case. And I try to tell people it's bad math to try to talk me into a better release deal by confessing. That's terrible math. And so, like you're not keeping your eye on the ball, which is to be found not guilty. And so if you're panicked at the idea of being held no bond, perhaps if you have a drug addiction, you're panicked at the idea of withdrawing in jail, which many people are, and it makes them babble confessions in front of me in court. It's a terrible idea. You have a lengthy drug arrest history, ma'am. So you can tell me you're not a drug addict, and I'm going to take that with a massive grain of salt because of your rap sheet, and you got 2 open cases for dope sales. So you trying to convince me that you had permission to be in a house in which the police say it was categorical. The alleged victim, the homeowner, said no one had permission. You can dispute that. You can fight that at trial. That is not going to rebut probable cause. You could stand here and say, the woman who owns the house told me I could be there. And I would say that is a competing fact that does not rebut probable cause. You're held no bond. And you will have confessed and gotten the same outcome. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yes,
it is supremely unwise to talk about what you've been accused of. I'm going to let you if you want to, but you have the right to remain silent. I'm not compelling you to talk about what happened. I'm very much encouraging you not to do it because it's not in your best interest. Part of my job is to try to protect your rights. So, do you understand the warning I gave you about how dangerous it is to talk about what you've been accused of? Do you understand that warning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you want to be heard on release conditions? Right now, you are facing a no bond holding and a bail hearing in 7 days. Go ahead.
I feel like with what I'm about to say, I'm not going to go into the full depths because that's not an attempt to persuade you. It's just I feel that there's a fundamental piece that does need to be involved to help better understand the cases, the fundamental pieces as a whole.
Which will be great for the trial judge. I'm not your trial judge. I don't decide whether you did the crime. I will never sentence you. I won't preside over your trial. All I do is set release conditions based on probable cause. So I am not ever going to be a decision maker in this case after today. My only decision is, did the police meet one of the very lowest standards in our legal system? Beyond a reasonable doubt is way up here. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Then there's probably, and then there's probable cause. Probable cause is a very low standard. Doesn't take a lot for the police to get over that standard. You're not going to get convicted today. You're still innocent until proven guilty. And the whole point of the bail hearing next week is to test how much evidence the state has. If they don't have enough, you'll get some kind of bond next week. If they do have enough, you'll stay no bond. So you're still not convicted. But there is a higher standard next week at a bail hearing to say the state doesn't just get to do this indefinitely on that really low probable cause standard. They have to go above probably. They have to go a lot closer. And then you stay no bond. If they don't show the judge in a week that they've got more evidence, they've got really good evidence against you, that court is going to set release conditions for you. Many people get bail or get released on some other basis at or before the bail hearing. You just can't get bail today. So I hope that helps you understand that I don't know there's a huge value in you telling your side of the story today. I don't like to put a sock in people's mouths. I just like to stand at the end of the runway and go, don't do it. If you want to do it. I gave this speech to a guy last week, and he confessed to multiple prison mandatory crimes in front of me, which is why I'm giving you the extra speech. I was like, oh, okay, he really seemed like he understood. So, do you want to say something about what you think I should do for bail or release conditions? I don't think you're dangerous, ma'am, except that I think selling drugs and two cases for selling drugs. Selling drugs makes other people die. It isn't just, you're not the victim in that case, like in a drug possession case, you're victimizing other people by selling drugs to them. If you did it, you're not even convicted in those cases. So I don't think you're dangerous. I don't think you're a terrible person. I don't think any of those things. I do think there's probable cause to believe you didn't have permission to be in that house.
Yes. And I just want to say after that, I'm going to definitely heed the warning you've given me and everything, but and I'm not going to go into depth about it because it's not a persuasive action or whatever. It's just that I was under the impression that there was a rentor in between the homeowner and the
who had given you permission?
Because I'd seen my friend getting picked up down the road and stuff, so I had walked up to the vehicle and I was supposed to lock up the house. That was my premises for being up there, and so I'm not going to say fucking I'm not going to go any more deep in depth to it. But it's just I was under the impression that I was supposed to.
That certainly would present a defense to the charge. It does not rebut probable cause today. So absolutely talk to your lawyer about that. That in terms of like the strength of the case against you, it's very basic. Like they gave me just like the basic facts. Whether you end up formally charged in this case, the county attorney is going to decide over the next 3 days or so if they even feel like pursuing this case. If it goes away, then you would be released because you have not missed any court dates in your, you haven't missed any court dates in your open cases. So if this case goes away over the next week, they're just going to release you. Just start showing up for your open cases, etc. If they decide to go forward on the charges, you'll be back in court next Wednesday. You can go over the formal charge with your lawyer, make a plan. Your lawyer can go negotiate with them. Maybe you get out next week, maybe you don't, but you'll have your lawyer there. But your case, it isn't the most exciting case. So I don't know if the county attorney will choose to go forward on you. It's up to them now.
I appreciate that. And I just had one last thing as well. Because I do have my current ongoing case, they did have to cut my ankle monitor off when I got here. That was something that my officers made aware was not by my own accord, correct? Like I didn't.
Who cut it off, the arresting officers or the jail?
When I got into the front part up here.
Oh, fine. Then they know. Then if this case goes away, they're going to put it back on you and release you again.
Okay, perfect. Because I'm on the June 2nd. I would believe I'm going to be sentenced for probation.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to interfere in any way and make me look like I was like.
No. Nobody is going to say it's your fault that you're off the ankle monitor right now. No. They're supposed to put it back on you before you go out again. Okay. All right. Good luck, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you.
Mr. Parada, Ricardo Parada, and then Crystal Hernandez. Will you go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth? Right there, podium. Thank you.
Hello,
what's your name?
Ricardo Parada.
What's your date of birth?
3/17/79.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the Yuma County Superior Court where you've been charged with aggravated DUI, 2 counts, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, probably a car under these facts or under this type of case, and leaving the scene of an accident involving death or serious physical injury. This warrant went out for you May 4th of this year, so 10 days ago. I don't know your lawyer situation. Not here to have a big discussion about it. It's a Yuma case. So Yuma will give you a lawyer when you get there if you don't already have one. Your arraignment hearing in Yuma will be May 19th, which is this coming Tuesday, 5 days from today, 8:30 in the morning.
5 days from today?
From today, in the Yuma County Superior Court.
Yeah.
So your court date is down there in 5 days.
Oh,
I am affirming their bond. It is $30,000. It is secured.
Yeah.
You got to post it to be released. If you post it, comply with all of your release conditions. Do not miss that court date.
Right.
Everything else is going to be on your paperwork. If you don't post it, the Yuma sheriffs have to come and get you from Maricopa. If you step to your left, you give you your paperwork.
Yeah. I just had to explain on that. I'm here.
Go ahead. You can say it. Go ahead.
I'm just here on I'm here working out here in Phoenix, but I didn't know that I got that I had that warrant. They
Looks
just
like
told
you
me
got
over-
indicted by a grand jury, so you wouldn't have known.
They didn't, they never send me a paper or
Correct.
anything like that?
Grand jury proceedings are secret. If they don't ask for a summons, they ask for a warrant, and you find out the hard way.
Okay, that's what it is? Okay.
You got indicted by a grand jury. You have been formally charged.
Okay. Is that like a very serious matter? Or?
Yeah, some of those are prison mandatory type charges, the ag assault would be. And
But
it depends on
it's
criminal history. I don't know what your criminal history is.
Yeah, nothing happened to the car, to the people, because it was just like, what happened is like.
So I realized I had a long discussion with that young woman that's trying to help her. She's young, et cetera. You've had priors. You know how this works.
Yeah.
I don't know the facts in your case. The Yuma judge did. The Yuma judge wanted $30,000. I am not second guessing the Yuma judge. I have no idea what you've been accused of other than the charges. I know what the charges are. The Yuma judge knows something about it, and that was the bond they picked. There's no possibility I'm going to
okay. But once I
substitute
go
my
there, they
judgment.
can lower the cases or
Talk
the
to your
charges.
lawyer. You can file a motion to modify.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Ms. Hernandez, Crystal Hernandez, and then Robert Bombardier, will you go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Crystal Jalissa Hernandez, December 26, 1987.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested from unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle alleged to have occurred back on April 22nd of 2026, and there is probable cause for it. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first one is a status conference this Wednesday, May 20th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That is a status conference. 2 days later will be your preliminary hearing, May 22nd, 8:30 in the morning, the same court. Based on your extensive criminal history and what's been alleged against you, I believe the state's recommendation is appropriate. I am setting bond in the amount of $10,000. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Do not miss your court dates. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy of that paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Bombardier, Robert Bombardier, and then Alyssa Isit, will you go to the chair? Alyssa? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Robert Bombardier, January 31st, 1972.
Thank you, Mr. Bombardier. You're here on a new case. No, it's a bench warrant. I'm sorry. You failed to appear about a year ago. It was June 24th of 2025 in a case in which you've been charged with aggravated DUI, alleged 2 different ways, each of which is a Class 4 felony. The warrant went out when you failed to appear at that status conference. All right. You already have a lawyer in this case. Your next court date is going to be a status conference this coming Wednesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $5,000. It is secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written release conditions. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. If there was any victim in the case, even just for restitution purposes, no contact with that person. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, he'll give you a copy. Thank you. And Ms. Isit? And then Kevin Thompson, we go to the chair. Kevin Thompson? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Sajin, is it 9/29/94?
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case and one out of West Mesa Justice Court. In the new case, you were booked in for shoplifting as a Class 5 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date in the felony case will be this Wednesday, May 20th, 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing Friday, May 22nd at 8:30. The address for that will be on your paperwork. You're also here on a failure to appear warrant in a Class 1 misdemeanor shoplifting case out of the West Mesa Justice Court. This bond issued April 30th of this year. Your court date in the West Mesa Justice Court will be an arraignment hearing May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. That address is on your paperwork. In the new felony case, the state's recommendation is appropriate. It's $2,500 secured in that case with written release conditions. In the West Mesa case, 500 secured. So your total bond is 3,000 secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Don't miss your court date. You step to your left, you've got your paperwork. Mr. Thompson, Kevin Thompson. And then Alejandro Navarro, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Kevin Delano Thompson, 1/19/1963.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 warrants for failing to appear at your revocation arraignment hearings in probation court back on March 27th of this year. You're on felony probation in 2 cases, and there are pending petitions to revoke that have been filed against you. You've already been appointed a lawyer. Your revocation arraignment hearing will now be held on May 21st, 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. We're setting it together with a possible disposition hearing in case the case resolves that day. And in the older case, the 2025 case, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. And in the 2026 case, it's 500 secured. Yeah. Oh no, I apologize, because that one's a pending case. I was confusing you with somebody else. It's 1 probation case, 1 pending case. So, sorry, I'm going to roll back here. Hold on. So in the probation case, it's a $250 secured appearance bond with a court date in probation court of May 21st at 8:30. Now, in the other case, which is number 23 on the calendar, that's a pending case. You missed a separate court hearing. It was a status conference on April 6th, and a warrant went out for your arrest. You're accused in that case of possessing narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. So in the pending case, I'm giving you 2 court dates. The status conference May 20th, preliminary hearing May 22nd. Those are at 8:30 in the morning. So all 3 of those dates are next week. It's all in your paperwork. In the pending case, your bond is 500 secured, still 250 in the probation, that's $750 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. If you'll step to your left, he's got your paperwork. Thank you. All right, Mr. Navarro, and then Miguel Trujillo, will you please go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Alejandro Navarro, August 23rd of 93.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant. Looks like one's a new case and one is a warrant. So in the new case, you got booked in for possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date in this new case will be a status conference May 20th, which is this coming Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Now, there was a warrant out for you for failing to appear at your revocation arraignment hearing on May 4th, so about 10 days ago of this year. You're on probation for a class 4 felony. All right. We're going to reschedule your probation court date for May 21st, 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. In the probation case, your bond is $750. It is secured. That's what the probation judge gave you. In the new case, I'm going to give you a $50 bond. We call it a placeholder bond. It means that if you didn't have the probation problem, we would have released you in the new case, but you have a probation problem. So you also have a $50 bond in the new case. That makes your total bond $800 for the 2 cases. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Don't miss any of those court dates. They're all on your paperwork. All right, thank you.
I have a question. Man, I just got a job, about 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I got a detox 3 weeks ago too. I just had a slip up.
That's super unpersuasive to me, sir.
I just had a slip up, you know what I mean? And I got caught.
No. And the police allege you may have drug sales charges coming.
Drug sales?
Uh-huh.
How so?
According to this, they observed you doing a drug sale. I think they had a drone out, and then they catch you with some stuff. Like, I'm sorry, that's totally unpersuasive to me. I don't even believe that you had a job. If you can prove that, show your lawyer. But honestly,
if I can prove that, you'll release me?
No, not to me. Sir, you have 5 prior felony convictions. You face mandatory prison in both of these cases. Well, not the probation. You could be revoked. In the new case, you face mandatory prison. So no, I'm not releasing you. $800. Good luck. All right, Mr. Trujillo, Miguel Trujillo. And then Tom Gillespie or Gillespie Tom? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
My full name is Miguel Trujillo, and my date of birth is 08/24/1999.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation violation warrant. It went out April 24th of this year because a fourth petition to revoke your probation was filed, alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be in the downtown probation court, May 21st at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. Your bond is $500. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. He has your paperwork. And then Mr. Tom, Galecia Tom. And then Donald Davis. We go to the chair. Hello, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Galecia Tom, March 3rd, 1992.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a probation violation warrant, and it looks like this went out January 21st of this year because there was a petition to revoke your probation filed. It alleges that you violated terms 4, 5, and 15. You'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing May 21st, which is this coming Thursday, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post it, you need to comply with all of your written release conditions. Call your probation officer within 72 hours of any release. The number is on your paperwork, but you do have to post the $250 first to get released.
Okay.
Everything I just told you is on your paperwork. This gentleman has it for you. Thank you. Mr. Davis, Donald Davis, and then Valeria Trujillo, will you go to the chair? Oh, just one second, Mr. Davis. I didn't realize there was a victim impact statement that's attached to yours. Hold on. Okay. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Donald Kevin Davis Jr., October 8th, 2002.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Davis, you got arrested for aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship, which the law does say covers roommates, anybody who's living in the same place. So that makes it a class 4 felony, and there is probable cause for it. Oh, this is one of the ones that reverted. I'm sorry. Our system, and I am fighting with the computer people right now. If you make any small change, it reverts it. Hang on a second. This may be one I have to call pretrial to fix. No, it took it. Okay. He does need a lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer. It's just, it reverts them, and supposedly we have a meeting on Friday, but that's why there should be lots of reprinting as we catch it happening. I hope we do. All righty. Mr. Davis, I am appointing a lawyer for you. I got to reprint your paperwork, so it says that. Your next court date is going to be a status conference May 28th, which is in 2 weeks, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing June 1st at 8:30. So all that is on your paperwork. Now, your case is not typical in that the vast, overwhelming majority of these we see, there's an intimate partner relationship, and that is what drives the lethality statistics that got the Arizona legislature to make this a class 4 felony. Because when it is intimate partner strangulation, the lethality and future violence risk goes up sharply. But when I get a case like this where there's definitely probable cause for strangulation, there is. But there isn't the intimate partner allegation that would drive risk during the case. I'm not inclined to set bond unless there's another reason to. The state requested a $10,000 secured bond. Most people who come in on strangulation cases when there is the intimate partner relationship, the bond is around $25,000. So she was already going low because she knows it's not that situation. But you don't have any criminal history. And you seem to have a good job and a place to stay. So what I'm going to do in your case, and I'm telling you all that because I want you to appreciate how unusual it is for anybody on this charge to not have to post bond. I'm very much going to make you wear an ankle monitor, though, because the whole point of that is to keep you away from the roommate. You can do a civil standby to collect belongings. You cannot have any contact with him. You cannot respond to contact from him. You guys probably are going to end up maybe in some kind of civil dispute over the rent and the lease and all of that. That is separate. If you can serve each other with legal process. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He can reach out to you without violating my order. You just can't respond. And there could be really serious consequences in a case like this if you violate the no victim contact order. You could be accused of a new misdemeanor, a new felony, which I put the code section in here. You can Google the code section and read it. It could be aggravated harassment. If you were to send one text that said, "Thanks a lot for the night in jail," that could be booked as a new felony. I would be obligated to hold you no bond for at least 7 days till you can have a bail hearing. So don't play with that. Right now, you are enjoying the benefit of having no criminal history. And so that even if I believe you did exactly what they accuse you of, I believe you can remain law-abiding while the case is pending. You can follow and respect release conditions and come to your court hearings. If you prove me wrong, this bad situation is going to get far worse. And hopefully you can do the math on that if you are a financial consultant. So don't contact him. Don't go there unless you have an officer with you. What is it? Scottsdale, Tempe. Call the Tempe PD, non-emergency, request a civil standby. I'll send an officer in advance. You go with the officer. The officer keeps the peace while you grab your important stuff. You go stay somewhere else. You'll be calling pretrial to tell them where you're bedding down. It doesn't have to be the same place every night. You just have to tell them where it is.
Okay.
And so you can couch surf as long as you keep in touch with them about where you are. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. If you get served with some kind of order of protection, you have to comply with that as well. Will you do all of those things and come to court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you are released on the ankle monitor. That's going to be explained. You have to wait around. It'll slow down your release. We hope you'll be home by dinner time. Try to be patient. The jail release system is painfully slow, but you will be out and you don't have to pay money. Keep your eye on the ball. I gave you a lawyer. Show up and talk to your lawyer, okay?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, if you step to your left, get your people. All right, Mrs. Trujillo, and then Colton Hoy, will you go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Valeria Trio, 2485.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for criminal. Oh, this is the third co-defendant. I knew there was one more. Hold on a second. I want to look at your. Yep, same DR. So this is. Can we do Olaf for her?
Was it Richardson that one?
Correct. And so, ma'am, our system is giving us fits. So you have co-defendants. You've got Ms. Richardson and Mr. Bonda. So I have to send you to yet a different public defender agency, and our system isn't doing it right now. We're having to do it manually. So I do have to reprint, officers. So I am giving you a lawyer, ma'am. I just have to make sure it's not the same public defense agency as your co-defendants. So I know that's a little confusing. I'm giving you a lawyer. Focus on that. I'm giving you a lawyer. So I do find probable cause for first-degree criminal trespass, Class 6 felony. I'm giving you 2 court dates. Status conference, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, June 1st at 8:30 in the same court. You don't have any kind of the criminal history or open cases that those guys do. Okay. You do qualify for release on your own recognizance. Okay. Just don't go back to this location. I did give you a civil standby in case you have any belongings there without admitting any guilt. But in case you have stuff there and you need to go get it, you're going to have to do a civil standby. Call Phoenix PD. Tell them you need an officer for a civil standby. They know what that is. They'll want to see it on your paperwork, so don't lose your paperwork. Okay. And you show it to them. They'll send an officer to go with you and keep the peace while you get that. Okay. That's the only way you can go. Okay. Otherwise, you can't go there. You get arrested again, and you could be held no bond for criminal trespass.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Don't contact the alleged victim. That's the homeowner. Okay. Don't contact your co-defendants. Don't miss your court hearings. You see what happens when you miss court hearings. Okay. All right. We're going to get that reprinted so it has the correct lawyer assignment on it, and then we'll send it out to you, okay? Okay. All right. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. No, this is me, my fault. I needed to re-sign it. Okay. There we go. It's good. Make sure it took. Yeah, it did. Okay. Mr. Hoy, Colton Hoy, and then Julian Garcia. We go to the chair. I knew there was one more. With our luck, there's even a fourth. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Colson Vincent Hoy, May 22nd, 1997.
Okay, thanks. You're here on an arrest warrant for an older case. You got charged with dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, of Class 6 felony, in a criminal complaint sometime in the middle of last year. And so the allegation is that the drug possession and paraphernalia possession occurred on February 2nd of 2025, somewhere in Tempe. I just get the warrant. Whoever issued the warrant found probable cause. So I just know it comes out of Tempe, if that rings bells. If it doesn't, you'll get police reports from your lawyer and a copy of the charges. But you haven't missed any court dates that you knew about. We just didn't have a good working address for you.
Okay.
So we don't hold that against you.
Okay.
I am giving you a lawyer. I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first one is the status conference, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from today. Preliminary hearing, June 1st at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork, and you qualify for release on your own recognizance. We tried to send you a summons to politely invite you to come to court, so I don't think you're suddenly dangerous today. Just come to court. These are likely, no, it's dangerous drugs. So it may not be probation mandatory, but it is probation eligible. So go show up. Most people in your situation get at least a probation offer. So go show up, okay?
Okay.
Miss a court date, get no sympathy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't miss court dates. All right. Mr. Garcia, Julian Garcia, and then Jalen Rodriguez. We go to the chair. I'm looking for Mr. Garcia. Okay, we can go with Mr. Rodriguez if he's ready. Come on in. If Mr. Rodriguez is ready, come on in. And then, if Julian's ready, that's fine. Whatever. Let's stay in order. Okay. Right here, sir? All right. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Julian Arroyo Garcia,
What's your date of birth?
09-1403.
Okay, thanks. You're here on an arrest warrant for an older case. It looks like you've been charged in a criminal complaint with disorderly conduct with a weapon, a Class 6 felony, way back on May 6th of 2024, somewhere in Phoenix. I just have the warrant. It was Phoenix Police Department. So if that doesn't ring a bell, you'll get a copy of the police reports and the charge from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. And your next court date is going to be a status conference, May 28th. That's 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, June 1st at 8:30. And I think it's based on the weapon allegation that's involved in this case. The recommendation from pretrial, I think it's good. It's just to have you report to pretrial services after you get out.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
very simple. It's probably calling in, but we give you an envelope with instructions. After you get out, follow the instructions, call. They'll tell you how to report in. It helps us keep track of you. It helps you keep track of court dates. Just go, okay?
Yes,
This is an older case. It's not brand new. So just show up, talk to your lawyer. All will be well. I mean, I can't say whether you'll be convicted or not, but there won't be a warrant out for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you step to your left, you got your paperwork.
Can
What's your question?
I ask a question? All right, so this is my second time getting arrested, and I got everything confiscated on me, my jewelry, my money, my cigarettes, all that, and I don't know where I'm supposed to go get
Whatever would fit in a little bag that the sheriff's office was willing to take, you're going to get back at the end. If it didn't fit, I've heard the bag's about the size of a piece of paper, right? It's small.
I give out haircuts to the homeless for free, and
They said they arrested you giving a haircut to a guy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was like, okay. But anyway, if the sheriffs don't have it, you have to call Phoenix Property when you get out. And I'm sorry about that. It's not ideal. But go see what they have for you. Are you saying your stuff wouldn't fit in here? Your haircut kit?
Just only the stuff that was on me in my pocket, just in that bag. So the rest of the stuff, they told me that they took it to
Phoenix
somewhere else.
PD property, yes. So you're going to have to get on the phone to Phoenix PD, and it is a hassle. I'm sorry to hear that. Also, good for you for giving haircuts to people who can't afford it.
Thank you, man.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right. If you step to your left, you give your paperwork, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, Jalen Rodriguez. And then Autumn Modi, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Jalen Rodriguez, 11-1-94.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for driving on a suspended license. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm giving you an arraignment hearing of June 2nd, which is almost 3 weeks from now. June 2nd, 2 in the afternoon in the Arrowhead Justice Court. That address is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you. The police accuse you of being one of those people who is doing it habitually, who is going to end up with $10,000 or $15,000 in fines, and you won't have a driver's license for 20 years if you don't stop at some point and start dealing with the fines and the consequences. So I'm releasing you. It's a brand new case. As long as you show up, this court has no issue with you. As long as you show up. Go fight your case. They're saying you do this over and over and over and over. Look, it's a regulatory crime. I don't think it makes a person a bad person. But listen, I've been doing this a long time. You're going to rack up 10,000 plus in fines. And eventually, every justice of the peace who sees you is going to give you 6 months jail every time. So it doesn't just magically disappear because you keep doing it. Also, it seems like maybe you're not the greatest driver if you get pulled over. So maybe you ought to make a different plan. That being said, I don't decide whether you did it. Seems like there's pretty good PC. I'm just trying to give you a clue, Mr. Rodriguez, but as long as you go to court, I don't have an issue with you on this charge. So if you'll step to your left, take your paperwork, just trying to help you out. Grow a clue, got to stop doing it. Ms. Maureen, and then Ontario Prince, will you go to the chair? Hi, ma'am, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Autumn Mori, 6693.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got booked in for possessing narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause. I am giving you a lawyer, and I'm going to give you 2 court dates, okay?
Yes.
They'll be in 2 weeks. The first is a status conference, May 28th, then a preliminary hearing, June 1st, both at 8:30 in the morning in the court in downtown Phoenix. All of that is on your paperwork. You qualify for release on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
You don't have any felony priors. So people in your position, assuming this is true, they usually get offered diversion, which means drug treatment, and you never take a conviction, but you have to show up. You can fight this case. You're presumed innocent. You can fight it. But if you don't have any felony priors, the county attorney has a diversion program. You are highly likely to be offered that. But if you don't show up for court, you're going to catch a warrant, and I'm going to hold you on a bond the next time I see you. And you'll say things like, I just got a job, and I'll say things like, I don't believe you. So please just do the math and show up, okay? All right, if you step to your left, get your paperwork. Good luck, ma'am. Mr. Prince? And then Tanu Dyer, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Ontario Prince, 07/28/2005.
Okay, thank you. You're on a new case. You got arrested for reckless driving, a class 2 misdemeanor, and criminal speeding, a class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because we don't in this kind of case. What you do have is the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or just to go represent yourself. You can meet directly with the prosecutor and represent yourself. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing, May 28th at 9:30 in the morning, which is about 2 weeks from now, in the El Centro Justice Court, which is in downtown Phoenix. Everything's on your paperwork.
Okay.
I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You don't appear to have any criminal history. I don't love the allegations against you, but right now they're booking it as a misdemeanor, meaning the high rate of speed. Because if they allege that, I know you have to just don't even say anything because I'm releasing you. I don't want you to say anything that can incriminate you. Right. But they allege that you didn't necessarily on purpose cause somebody else to run off the road. If that car had flipped and that person had died, just based on speed alone, you would be facing a second-degree murder charge on speed alone. So it absolutely does make other people die. It's dangerous. That being said, you appear to have a good job, and the kind of a job where they're going to get interested in your case. And that, to me, is also an outside indicator that you're likely to stay crime-free and show up for court and be good because you've got an employer who's going to be unhappy with you and keeping an eye on you. And so, in any event, you are innocent until proven guilty. You go to court. Whatever may happen with your job may they deal with it as they see fit. It made me wonder, do you fly airplanes?
No.
Okay, because sometimes we see these and it's people who fly airplanes.
I worked on them.
And it's like, oh, I got a need for speed, and then crazy stuff happens. You've probably heard of that. Sure. They'd get charged with murder too at 125 miles an hour. So in any event, comply with your release conditions. Condition number 1 is don't commit new crimes. Show up for court. Okay, will you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everything's on your paperwork. Try to be patient. It takes forever to be released. You will be out soonish. It's not going to feel that way to you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Dyer, Tanu Dyer. And then I would like to do the Nazal sisters at the same time, as long as they'll be cool. Do you think have they been calm, the 2 sisters? All right. So I'm going to do Mr. Dyer first, and then the sisters, you guys can sit right there, okay? I'm going to do Mr. Nazal first. Or Mr. Dyer, I'm sorry, I just got totally confused. Sorry. Too many names. Mr. Dyer? All right. Okay, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Tainu Kenya Dyer, 12/29/74.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dyer, you got arrested on new allegations. They are possession of narcotic drugs for sale or transfer to other people. That's a Class 2 felony. And possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is May 28th, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing June 1st at 8:30. The court address and the dates are on your paperwork.
Okay.
I am releasing you because I did not find probable cause for today. The police didn't provide enough information to fully support that what you had. They allege what you had was cocaine. There's a legal way to allege that. I'm not naive. I would bet it was, but that's not legal probable cause. So I didn't find probable cause, which does not mean it's dismissed. It just means you're entitled to go home today while the case is pending.
All right.
So I'm releasing you. The case is still pending. That's why I started with the lawyer and the court dates. But I'm not giving you any other orders because I didn't find probable cause for anything. So I lack the authority to give you other orders or a bond. All I can do is release you and give you your court date. If you're not at the court date, there could be a warrant issued for your arrest. So be sure and go.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
put some information and a phone number on your paperwork. You could call a few days in advance. Just verify that the case is going forward, because sometimes when this happens, the county attorney decides to wait for lab results before they go forward.
Yes, ma'am.
And in which case your court date would go away. And I don't want you to waste a trip downtown. So maybe a few days before the court date, call the number on your paperwork and just say, do I still have a court date on the 28th?
Yes, ma'am.
If they say no, it means it's gone for now. If they say yes, then you got to be there or you'll catch a warrant, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she'll give you the paperwork.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, seems like the sisters are calm and not going to throw down in court, so let's have them come in here. Both together, please? Yeah, the two sisters, yeah. Okay, right here, ladies, right here, podium. You can just stand on either side of the podium so the microphone picks you up.
Oh.
Yeah, just podium right here. That's the stand in front of me. Maybe the word podium is falling out of knowledge. Okay. I want to get your full names and dates of birth, and then one of you tell me how you spell your last name because the cops chose to do it two different.
Yeah, they chose to spell one of them.
Okay, so what's your name, ma'am?
It's the same last name, Haneen, Haneen.
And what's your last name?
Nazal.
Nazal.
Z-A-L. Uh-huh.
Okay, and are you Kinana?
Yes.
And same spelling, Nazal?
A-L.
Okay, I'm going to fix that on my paperwork.
Thank you.
You'll end up having to fix it with that court. Okay, so, and she's just going to sneak around you, if she wants, don't worry. If you want to, ma'am, or you can stand there, okay. All right, and let me have your date of birth, Haneen.
July 25th, 2002.
And yours, ma'am?
June 2nd, 2006.
Okay, thanks. As you know, you have both been booked in on new criminal charges. They are, for each of you, disorderly conduct by fighting as a Class 1 misdemeanor and assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause in both cases, and I'm sending both of you to the El Mirage City Court on June 2nd at 8:30 in the morning. That's about 2.5 weeks. You planning to be out of town or something?
It's her birthday on June 2nd.
Okay, well, I can't move these court dates, but when you get out, you can call the El Mirage City Court and ask them, how do I get my court date moved? You could tell them why you don't, and they may just say, no, sorry, happy birthday. They may say that, in which case you got to be there. And if somebody comes and says, I didn't go because it was my birthday, I'll go, that's nice for you, here's your bond. My sympathy will be not high. So, in any event, you can call them, ask for a new court date, just don't miss it. It's not a dentist appointment, it's not school, it's a court hearing. So, any event, sorry about that. See if you can get it moved. If you can't, show up, okay? And they may have a walk-in day, they may have other things. So right now, I'm planning to release both of you. Neither of you has any criminal history. This is the sort of family dispute that even if I believed every word that's alleged, that all of this did in fact happen, I still think you could each be safely released in the community, that you're reasonably likely to come to court and comply with the release conditions, and that you're not a menace to one another necessarily. So But I am going to give you some specific orders. They're called no uninvited contact orders. That's what I call them. Because your mom is the victim, in the court's view, your mom is the victim on the disorderly conduct. That's whose peace was disturbed. If my understanding is correct, that's who called the police. And my guess is it was not your first rodeo with knockdown, drag-out fights, or your mom wouldn't have called the cops on you. That maybe your mom had had the last straw and was like, that is it. I don't want to deal with this. I'm calling the cops. I don't know. I'm speculating. If your mom doesn't want you there, or one of you, or both of you, I don't care. Your mom can uninvite you. Your mom can say, I don't want contact with you, get out. And if the case is pending and you don't do it, the cops will arrest you if she calls them again, just for violating my order. So, and that's going to be true for each of you. So I also wanted to ask you, for example, Haneen, you're the victim in Kanana's case. Kanana, you're the victim in Kaneen's case of the assault charge. So each of you has the right to ask me to enter a no contact order against your sister. I perceive that you may not want me to do that. You may want me to permit contact, but no pressure. If both of you don't agree, I'm not going to permit it. So, Haneen, would you like Kanana to be able to contact you? You are the victim in her case. Would you like her to be able to contact you and live where you live?
Yes.
Same question for you, Kanana. Would you like Haneen to be allowed to contact you?
Yeah.
All right, and I'll allow it. Each of you can revoke consent. If you do, it's going to turn into an ugly mess, and the cops will probably arrest you both again. I just got to tell you. So keep the peace. Once the government gets involved in your business, it's the government who decides when they get out of your business, not your mom, not your sister. You know, once the state is involved in this kind of thing, you're on a bit of a moving sidewalk until the end. Don't screw it up. Yes. Neither of you possess any weapons. No. Don't possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Don't possess any alcohol. Both of you are underage. It looks like, Haneen, you're headed for, no, you're not underage.
She's 24.
I'm 24. I still typically, honestly, in domestic violence, I order no weapons and no alcohol because alcohol is domestic violence juice. That's what it is. And so nobody needs to be drinking and making bad decisions about their anger while this is happening. If either of you get served with an order of protection, which sometimes people get competing ones, and that's super fun, then the state gets in your business and doesn't get out for a long time. So anyway, be sure that's what you want to do. Keep the peace. Go to court. You are innocent until proven guilty. I can't give you a lawyer because right now the city courts want us to leave it up to them. And typically, I don't think they're going to give you one unless the state was asking for jail time, which is hard to picture on these facts. It's up to the state, it's not up to me. But on these facts, hard to picture them asking for jail time. And like I said, even if I believed every word, this was an ugly sister hair-pulling slap fight that both of you are hopefully aging out of. But if you do it while the case is pending, this happens again, and you might also get a bond. So comply with your release conditions. It's going to be hours before you go home. But let me just ask you, Haneen, will you comply and go to court?
Yes.
Same question for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then you're released. They've got your paperwork. Don't violate it. Don't miss court dates, okay? All right, good luck, ladies.
Thank
Go
you.
to
Thank you,
Central.
Your Honor.
All right.
Wait.
Mr. Simpson?
Okay.
All right. Well, hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Adrian Simpson, 32490.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Simpson.
Yes, ma'am.
You're in court on bench warrant for failing to appear in our fugitive court in a pending fugitive matter. It now has another wrinkle because the governor's warrant has been issued.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
let me just say what it is, though. So the bench warrant is for failing to appear at a status conference in our extradition court back on April 6th of this year.
Yes,
and the judge put out a no bond warrant for you because the governor's warrant has now issued in your case. And so just so you know, whatever happens today, I am not giving you bond. You're no longer entitled to bond.
Oh,
Once
yes,
the
ma'am,
governor's
I know.
warrant issued, I'm not allowed to give you bond.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
And so, now, you remain on a 90-day clock. Time stopped April 6th when the warrant came out. So whatever day it is as of, today, say you were on day 65 when the warrant went out, tomorrow will be day 66, and you'll pick up on that clock. You're still on that clock in the pending case. You can stay on that clock. I'm going to give you an opportunity to waive. We always do. You can waive out of the extradition process at any moment in time. If you want to waive and start the 30-day clock to come and get you, I could take a waiver. You do not have to do that, though. It's just an opportunity. Would you like to? It sounds like you know what it is. I got to do the thing. If you don't want to do it, let's just save time, and I'll give you a court date in front of Commissioner Spencer, which will be June 1st.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Since the governors have signed off on it already, wasn't that at my 90 days? Because that was my last court date.
I don't know what your 90th day is or was in this current court date. Are you saying that April 6th was day 90?
That was day 90.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well then this is just going to bake in some delay because Commissioner Spencer has to see you on the governor's warrant and make orders right there and start the 30-day clock. And if you want to assert rights about the timing of this and when your 90 days runs, then you'll have to do that in front of Commissioner Spencer. Okay. I'm doing really nothing today other than I can take a waiver. That's going to end this proceeding entirely. You will not see Commissioner Spencer again. If I take a waiver today, the 30-day clock starts tomorrow. Isn't it Kansas? I think it's Kansas.
Yes, ma'am.
So then if you waived today, just waived and said, like, I don't need any of that. I don't have to sort any of this out. I'll just agree to go back.
Yes, ma'am.
Then the 30-day clock would start tomorrow, which is May 15th.
Okay.
If you don't waive today, I'm going to send you to Commissioner Spencer, June 1st, 1:30 in the afternoon in the downtown Superior Court. She's going to figure out what should the day be, what was the time told, and then if she orders you no bond if she orders you back there on June 1st, your 30-day clock will start June 2nd. So the benefit, I guess, from your perspective of waiving today would be you could start that clock 2 full weeks earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you're right and there's some remedy for the timing issue, and you're like, listen, I think that was my 90th day, you should let me out, blah blah blah. If you want to go down that road.
No, my thing is saying at the 90 days, when that was my all 3 court days. I just left when they told me the governors signed off on the warrant. So that's actually what happened.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Well, I appreciate your honesty.
Yes, ma'am. So that's what happened. But so that was at my 90-day mark. The day, 2 days before that day, there was no governors signed off on anything.
Right.
The exact day before, the governor signed off. So would any of that really apply to me?
Well, right. So here's the problem.
I'm at my 90-day already.
I've never been assigned to extradition court, and nobody knows extraditions like Commissioner Spencer. She is the master of all of that.
Right.
And there's a county attorney and a public defender there in court. So we don't resolve sort of issues at initial appearance. All we do is set release conditions in court hearings. So you have an issue. You do have an issue you could go argue on. It won't be here, though. It'll be on June 1st in front of Commissioner
I do have an issue.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you raised one.
Yes,
Personally, I think it, I don't want to comment because
I don't
want to influence you.
Yes.
I've just said I am not remotely an expert in extradition law. I'm not. Nobody should be relying on my opinion.
That's right.
But nobody should be. So I'm not going to comment one way or the other.
I'm
just
she
saying
was going to take me into custody that day, and
I'm not letting you out either way.
No, I know that. She was going to take me into custody that day and said that they were that the governor
that was going to start
it.
the 30-day clock.
So let's go ahead and do it now.
All right. Sounds like you do understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because do you understand that if I take your waiver, the whole business about what day is it and all that is going to vanish.
Yes, ma'am.
It's going to become moot. Okay.
Let it go. I'm ready. Ready for them to come get me.
Then you definitely understand. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, hang on. I got to do the questions. We always read the script so we don't mess it up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that you do not have to sign that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you for the extradition proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to insist that a governor's warrant, and this governor's warrant hasn't been formally served on you? That's what Commissioner Spencer has said. This hasn't been served on you.
Because I left court.
No, right, and there's civil service of a governor's warrant is very specific.
Okay.
And so she said, it has not happened yet in IA court. Don't act like don't treat it like it has. And so for right now, what I know is I have some strong evidence that there is a governor's warrant because I'm looking at some photocopies. Mm-hmm. That being said, do I know legally speaking,
No, ma'am.
that there's a governor's warrant? I don't.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I still have to ask you what sounds like maybe perhaps a silly question is, do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned to Kansas?
Yes, ma'am.
That is a right you have. All right. Now, do you understand that under these circumstances, I find you don't have the right to bail today?
Yes, ma'am.
And, okay, so do you want to give up the rights and sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this?
No, ma'am.
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No, ma'am.
All right, then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are waiving your right to an extradition hearing on this Kansas warrant and agreeing to go back to Kansas.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
orders will direct our sheriff's office to notify Kansas you're ready to return. They will have 30 calendar days starting tomorrow to come and get you. And I have to say this, if you have any Arizona criminal charges or holds, I don't see any, but there could be some out there I don't know about. If you have any Arizona criminal charges or holds, Kansas's 30 days will begin at the conclusion of your Arizona cases, which does not include the FOJ.
So this will be, for me not going to court will be taken off of me
Correct.
today.
It just goes away because this case ends today. So if you had something else like a driving unsuspended license case, or a hit and run, or, you know, an armed robbery. If you had some other case floating around that hasn't hit, and it does hit while the 30 days are happening, this clock will stop. You will deal with, like, say suddenly you catch a warrant out of Coconino County, you know, for failure to return rented property.
I will take care of that first.
Yes, the clock will stop.
Mhm.
You go take care of it because it's Arizona and it's criminal.
Mm.
Then Kansas's clock starts over at day one, the way our law works.
I'll start all the way over.
That's why we have to tell you, if you have any Arizona charges or holds, it could just be a misdemeanor
No, ma'am.
driving unsuspended license.
I ain't got nothing.
So I just, okay, all right. So, all right, then, I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are waiving your right to an extradition hearing and signing the paperwork. I'll sign it. My orders will direct them to notify Kansas you're ready to return. Kansas will have 30 calendar days starting tomorrow to come and get you. And if you have any Arizona charges, criminal charges or holds, Kansas's 30 days will begin at the conclusion of your other Arizona criminal cases.
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right. Any questions for me before we finish?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Is this video court?
I'm confused. Is what video?
Is this video court?
This is being audio and video recorded.
Okay.
It's being live streamed.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to
You
have
got
to
family
repeat it.
who
I know they said they had a link to get into it. I just didn't want to have to repeat everything to them when I call them.
Yeah, if you've got family watching or anything,
Yes, ma'am.
they could be live streaming on the internet. They might be in the lobby too, watching the feed.
Okay.
But yes, so if they manage to get online, they can hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
I appreciate
So you do have to sign a couple of times from my clerk. You'll get a copy of what you're signing. It is the extradition waiver. That's what you're signing. Yeah, she'll tell you when. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you so much.
All righty, then I'm going to do 2 house calls, and then we'll finish up, okay, on that last one. All righty, so Mr. Terry Braxton and Jerry Sartain, officer, are they not physically present in court because they've been isolated as a potential risk of danger to themselves or others? Yes, sir. Okay, all right, thanks. Then I'm going to go do the initial appearances for Terry Braxton and Jerry Sartain in person immediately after this proceeding.
Actually, close it, so let me,
Oh.
I'm gonna get you
A paper.
I'm gonna have you sign it.
All right, so Terry Braxton, born 1/21/95, here in a city warrant for Peoria City Court. It's in a misdemeanor assault case, class 1 misdemeanor, and it is a failure to comply with post-adjudication orders. It is March 25th, 2026 is when the warrant went out. I'm going to give him an arraignment hearing May 19th at 9 in the morning, and a lawyer for purposes of the bond question only, because I'm planning to affirm the bond set by the Peoria judge. It is $500 secured with written release conditions that I will go over with him, which include no victim contact. Jerry Sartain, born 5/27/82, is here on a new case going out of El Centro Justice Court. He got booked in for aggravated assault on a first responder, which is a class 4 felony. I am finding probable cause, and I am appointing a lawyer for him. Planning to give him court dates of May 20th at 8:30 in the morning for status conference, and a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court on these specific facts. And because of this criminal history, I do believe bond is appropriate, but not a super high bond. So it's the court's intention to set bail in this case in the amount of $1,000 secured with written release conditions that I will go over with him. If anything changes after I conduct those 2 hearings in person immediately after this recording, my final order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in those cases. It's not my intention to update the recording. All right, we're going to just, I'm going to work on one other thing, and we're going to get ready, and we'll finish up with the last case after that. you take the call, you'll read it. And I said, but you've been through the process, and I'm willing to presume that you read it in the past.
They tried to give it to me again, I get
Right, and you're right.
Yes, sir.
I'm confident you understand.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
thanks. Okay.
It's all I need.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. We good? Okay, all right, so you go ahead and come in. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Roy Galindo, 11/20/1994.
Okay, thanks. Let me have the appearance of counsel, please.
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Galindo, you've been arrested on 2 allegations. One is sexual abuse, and this one reverted the appointment of counsel too. I'm sorry, I'm just mad at our system. Sexual abuse, a class 5 felony, and kidnapping. The police booked that as a class 4 felony, but that's not a common misunderstanding of the statute. On these facts, what they allege would be a class 2 felony kidnapping. So I find probable cause on it as a class 2 felony, which means the alleged victim was not released until after accomplishment of the alleged goal of the kidnapping, which was to commit a sex crime against them. So talk to your lawyer about how that works, but it would be a class 2 felony under Arizona law. There is probable cause for that. I am appointing a lawyer for you, so we have to reprint because it turned it back to no lawyer. I am definitely appointing a lawyer for you, Mr. Galindo. All righty. So your next court dates are going to be a status conference May 20th at 8:30 in the morning, which is a Wednesday, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court, and that address is on your paperwork. Now, before I set conditions of bail or release, I'm going to hear from the state. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $200,000 cash-only bond along with electronic monitoring and house arrest. Although it does appear that Mr. Galindo does not have any prior criminal history, there are at least 2 previous police investigations regarding alleged sexual offenses purportedly committed by Mr. Galindo, which gives the state increased concern for public safety. In the case that he's here before the court today, he used his position and authority as a parks worker to lure the victim into the restroom. Then he cornered her in the stall and demanded that she masturbate him. After refusing to do so twice, he began doing it to himself and then put her hand on his penis. He then demanded that she get on her knees so he could ejaculate on her face. After the subject left the restroom, she immediately advised her boyfriend of what had happened, and they contacted the park manager immediately. Again, we are concerned, given those prior incidences, at least one which included a minor victim, and the fact that Mr. Galindo's employment puts him in frequent contact with the public, as well as especially children. We are concerned that he's a significant danger to the community, Your Honor.
So the allegations about the other cases that's super vague at this point, and I don't know how long ago it was, and presumably he was not charged.
One of them was when he was a juvenile, and he was charged. It was an indecent exposure.
Okay.
But I don't believe that there was an adjudication in regards to that one. And then if you give me just 1 second, I can. And then the other, that was in 2011 when he was a juvenile at the time. And the other allegation was from 2017 when he was 22. And the suspect at that time was 14 years old.
But no charge was filed, no arrest?
No, there was a police report made by the victim, but there was not any charges filed, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Galindo, I've considered what's been alleged against you. I've considered your criminal history or relative lack thereof. I was aware of the juvenile arrest for indecent exposure, but at this moment in time, the court believes that those other allegations they're too nebulous, and they didn't result in any, neither an adjudication, which is what it would be called as a conviction in juvenile court. It did not result in an adjudication in juvenile court, and no charge was filed in the second one. The court believes that those are they're distant in time, and there's not enough information to establish that any of that was true. And I mean, I believe the county attorney is saying that the investigation happened and all of that, but what I'm saying is that the allegations were substantiated. So I'm not placing any real weight on those. I am already very concerned about what was alleged against you. What was alleged against you is on a continuum of predatory behavior, and the court is concerned that it is right in line with escalating predatory behavior from the type of indecent exposure, and that when a person is accused of perpetrating a crime like this on a stranger, that increases the risk in the community. It also increases, and I've been in the criminal justice system a long time. I have worked on sex crimes cases before, that people who commit sex crimes against strangers can tend to escalate behavior, meaning it starts with indecent exposure, and there's a lot of research to support it. It starts with indecent exposure. It leads to more hands-on crimes, and it leads from hands-on crimes to rape, and in extreme cases, and I'm not saying this is you, but in extreme cases it can lead to murder. And so it is on a behavioral continuum that gives the court great pause. And so this may not have, the allegation does not involve sexual intercourse, but it involves a very significant allegation of sexual violation and non-consensual. And there's a lot of corroborating evidence to establish that it was not consensual. And the police, for example, were fairly specific about saying that they photographed marks in the dirt on the floor of that bathroom that are consistent with somebody kneeling. And so all of these facts make the court extremely concerned that you are dangerous in the community. So on these facts, though, I don't believe that a $200,000 cash-only bond is supported, but I do believe a $50,000 secured appearance bond is. That is my decision today, and that is a very significant bond. It is not $200,000 cash only, but I recognize it is not a small bond. But I will tell you, Mr. Galindo, it is because what you are accused of is on a behavioral continuum. I'm not saying you are accused of full intercourse level sexual assault in this case, but it is an indicator, and people who commit sex crimes against strangers tend to do that compulsively. They have urges. They have mental delusions that lead them to think that the other people are actually okay with what was happening, and overriding other people's consent, and what they're accusing you of doing, it raises a ton of red flags. So the court, I'm setting that bail. By law, you have to wear an ankle monitor if you post it, because the law recognizes that people who commit sex crimes tend to keep doing it. And so you're going to be on an ankle monitor by law if you post the bond. You cannot go to that park. That's the scene of the crime. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim or any witnesses, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. If you are permitted to continue to work in that job, which seems doubtful at this point in time, then I'm not ordering you not to have that job. You'll be on an ankle monitor and you'll be on a serious bond. I'm reluctant to say that you can't have contact with members of the public. I guess that would be house arrest. But on these facts, I guess I'm not ready to go there. So, in any event, if you post that bond, you get out on an ankle monitor, you don't violate release conditions, don't miss court dates, categorically no contact with this alleged victim. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, and so we're going to print that up for you. We got to make sure it shows that you're getting a lawyer, yes? Okay. So we'll get you that. If you step out to your left, I'll send it out. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to be in recess until 2 p.m. I already made the house call record for anybody who's looking for it on this recording.